After 5 minutes, we will be start. Please wait for other participants.
Without peace, we cannot do anything. Without peace, it is zero. So starting with the peace is the first step, and it will be the rolling call all through.
And so the decade of action requires that countries come together, work together, iron out their differences, complement each other, and work towards a realization of SDGs. If we work together, it will be much easier to achieve SDGs.
제가 유엔에서 이렇게 쭉 경험해 본 결과는 평화가 없으면 휴먼 라이트, 즉 우리가 갖고 있는 기본권이 보장이 되지 않는다라는 것을 뼈저리게 느꼈습니다. 저는 평화라는 것은 마치 휴먼 라이트 측면에서 공기와 같다, 이렇게 표현할 수 있겠습니다.
우리가 통일하고 평화 문제를 이야기할 때 또 SDG만큼 이거를 좋게 분석하고 해석할 수 있는 틀이 또 없는 것 같아요.
전 세계 70% 이상이 청년들이고 그 청년들이 힘을 합쳐서 평화와 SDG를 함께 해결해야 한다고 생각합니다.
올해 8월 12일부터 14일까지 세계 청년의 날이 시작됩니다.
Day 1. Let's talk about youth and peace. Day 2. Talk about youth and sustainable development goals. Day 3. Talk about youth and sustainable business.
Experts from each field will gather and join you through online.
I would like to invite experts from all the fields to join us for the SDG Youth Conference 2022.
Join with us and make your life to be a great success.
Is your country peaceful nowadays? Tell me about your country.
Come with us.
Come with us.
Come with us for a peaceful world.
놓치지 마세요.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon from all around the world. Thank you so much for joining again today. Today's second day of International Youth Day 2022. Yesterday, we start. Theme was the youth and peace. Today, we start again. We're gonna talk about the SDGs. I know already our delegates, they are working hard in your field. So feel free today, freely share your story to other delegates. Totally, the 73 countries and 1,026 young people apply to International Youth Day 2022. It's very great number to work together. If we work together, if we collaborate together with the 73 country young people, we can solve many problems in the world. I have a conviction of that. Some delegates participated yesterday, but some delegates I saw new face. So I would like to share the yesterday the reflection from our delegate. Okay, let's start the second day of International Youth Day 2022. The time is now. Let's start together with a big crowd. Okay, first of all, I introduce our delegate. There are many young people. I saw your face. Yesterday, we called one by one the country, but it is too long. I just called the country just to shake your hand shortly. The Nigeria, I saw many Nigeria, the young people. Okay, thank you so much. And then I see the Sri Lanka. There are many Sri Lankan. Yes, thank you so much. Also Kenyan. Yes, they made Kenyan. I saw it. And then from Uganda. Yes, Uganda. Thank you so much. I saw also from Cambodia. Yes, thank you. He's my friend. A long time. Yes. Also, I saw Turkey. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so also the Kazakhstan. Yes, thank you so much from Kazakhstan. Also India. I saw India. Okay, thank you so much. Also Korea. Yeah, many Korean here. Okay, thank you so much. So other country, more. Okay. Rwanda. Also, I saw Rwanda. Yes, thank you so much from Rwanda. So actually, the 73 country young people, we gather together here. And then we start again. So I would like to share the yesterday story. Because of the today, there are some new delegates. So I would like to invite the one young people. She is in Korean. And then she is a volunteer. But the part of International Youth Day 2020, the preparation team. The name is Yerin Lee. She is the head of the planning team and then belong to CSR Forum. So I would like to invite Yerin Lee. So she is coming to the stage. Please give a big crowd. 잘 나와요. 그냥 괜찮아요. 웃으면서. 올라가서 줘. 테스트를 해. Okay, because of the technical problem, could you test again the mic? Okay, I'll give my mic. In life, there is some problem. Please understand this situation. Okay, once again, give a big clap to Yerin Lee. Okay, now it's fine.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Yerin Lee from Republic of Korea. I am a youth under the CSR Forum, and I am the representative of the youth planning group that prepared this International Youth Day 2022 conference with SDG Youth. Just yesterday, when the conference opened, I was overwhelmed to see about 200 young people around the world who wanted to speak out their voices. I felt that we could easily become a friends because we have the same goal. It was an honor to hear actual stories from keynote speakers working for peace. I believe that the young people who gathered here can solve the problems of the world. The time to seize the opportunity is now. We will always be on your side. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Elaine Lee. Oh, because of the today's, there are many new faces. So I do like believers. Yesterday, the atmosphere and reflection. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, give a big clap to Elaine Lee. Okay, another young people. During the group discussion, there were 10, the moderator. So among 10 group, I introduced one moderator. So name is Juyeon Lee. Where is Juyeon Lee? Can you hear me, Juyeon Lee? Yes.
Hello.
Okay, please share the yesterday reflection to all participate. Please give a big clap to her.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me well? Okay. Hello, my name is Juyeon from South Korea. I was your moderator for group 10, but I am here today to give you guys a short summary of yesterday's conference as a representative. Yesterday was International Youth Day. Everyone was celebrating this day, very important day together, and we all inspired and empowered each other by participating and engaging at the conference. In the beginning of the conference, the host SDG Youth stated that if we can be friends, even if we have different nationalities and religions and backgrounds, our understanding, consideration, respect, and forgiveness are possible. Therefore, we can spread peace as friends and as humans beyond national
다음에
interests,
여기다가 화면을
religious beliefs, and national conflicts. First day of the conference was to talk about the possible ways for youth to become friends all over the world. Everyone shared their social media accounts to connect. Everyone was willing to make friends and keep the friendship forever. We then discussed about our action plans for sustainable peace and sustainable friendship. Because we are curious about each other, we said our action plan should be doing more research about others, never stop being curious, and try to learn their culture to understand them for the stronger relationship. Lastly, we all shared our promises to each other, what we are going to do in 5 or 10 years from now. We all promised that we will stay open to enter any friendship in the world. We will all stay connected, and we all will collaborate with each other to keep our friendship because we believe that our friendship will speed up peace. As we realized that the time is now, it was very heartwarming to see everyone's presence from all over the world in one room. Yes, I said one room because we are one. There is one world, one family, and one home. And we are gathered here again in the same room to talk more about our responsibilities today. The time is now, and cheers to you and to the second day of the International Youth Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very impressed message. Okay, I recommend one more delegate from our international participant. So who wanna share the yesterday story? Please raise your hand. I will choose among here. So who would like to share the yesterday, the reflection? I cannot see. Okay, I saw the hand. Yes, the Bello Peter. Yes, Bello Peter. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Okay, Bello Peter, please give a mic to him, Bello Peter. Bello Peter. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone, wherever you are. Well, yesterday I was in the room and I did enjoy myself. Yeah, I'm actually speaking from Nigeria. And during the class yesterday, I learned a whole lot and I was able to make new friends from all over the world. And we were able to share our contacts. And we learned so much about sustainable peace. And our speaker in room 9 was able to enlighten us on how to bring peace to conflict areas. I will learn that with everyone working together as a team and working together as an advocate of peace, we could actually change the world to a better place as youth, because we have huge responsibility to promote peace, and it is important we take it as our own responsibility to bring peace to the world and also to see that the world is a better place. And we did learn a whole lot of things, that it starts from the grassroots, and the time is now to make that impact, to make that change, and we can make change from wherever we are in our own little way, because a little drop makes a mighty ocean, and nobody should feel what he or she is doing cannot bring about a greater impact. So I did learn a whole lot yesterday from all the topics discussion, and I indeed am actually changing my step, and I'm becoming a member of SDG, and I'm going to make a greater impact in my country, Nigeria. And I will see to read that everyone is able to become an advocate of peace as from now on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Bello. Thank you so much. Okay, lastly, one more person, the Joy Chuma. Joy Chuma. Your mic is mute. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Like yesterday, it was a very good one. Like
I think the network disconnect. Yes, maybe I very miss, but I just passed to other delegate. The from Kenya. Damaris. Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Damaris from Kenya, and I just want to brief on how yesterday's session was. I learned a lot and interacted with everyone, made friends, which was good. I just want to pass this information that we should not just be doing this program once in a year, but we should make it a program that happens or maybe 3 times a month, so that youths can be able to come together and interact. Especially here in Kenya, now that we are on with the elections, people are really going through a lot, especially the youths. And if we had these sessions where we can share share our views and encourage one another. We should not be having things like post-election violence and all that. So just wanted to encourage us to be having youth meetings like 3 times a month or maybe 2 times, so that we can interact and learn and also share. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. 3 times in a month. I will considering the 3 times a month, but I think that is good idea. If we, in order to become the real friend, I think that is very nice plan. Okay, thank you so much once again. And then finally, one more person from Sri Lanka, because we have more time. So name is Lakruban. Yes, this is the last one. Lakruban, Mr. Lakruban from Sri Lanka. Yes.
Hello, everyone. This is my first experience as a representative in a youth conference. So yesterday we discussed about peace, and we discussed about how to make friends internationally. So I realized that we are not alone, and we can have friends on all over the world. So I'm really happy to join with these people, and I expect, I feel, I believe that we can strongly bond, and we can do something for the world. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So maybe the new delegate for today, maybe they can deliver by the representative of yesterday delegate. So thank you so much once again for all our delegates. Okay. I'd like to introduce our VIPs. The first, the Secretary General of UN Global Compact, Yeoncheol Yu, he sent a message. Give a big clap to him. And then the Director General of Trade Union, the Mr. Saman Lasnapraya, he is in online. Please give a big clap to him. And next, the former chairman of Presidential Youth Committee, Yong Han Sin, he sent a message. Thank you so much, Yong Han Sin. And then also he's in line, the president of CSR Forum, Do Young Kim. Okay, thank you so much. And next, the president of the Chamber of Commerce Uganda, the DAY2 Kikongo. Give a big clap to her. Okay, next, I'd like to invite Yeoncheol Yu, the United Nations Global Compact Korea. So he is the Secretary General, United Nations Global Compact Korea. Please give a big clap to him. He sent a great message.
Distinguished guests and participants, I'm Yu Yeoncheol, Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network Korea. It gives me great pleasure to greet all the participants of the International Youth Day 2022 conference. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to extend my deepest congratulations to the SDGs, the Chairman Kim Joo-young, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for making this event possible. The International Youth Day Conference has served as a platform where youths all across the globe gather and discuss how to solve societal problems in their respective countries, with the premises that youth themselves can be the leading force for the development and peace of their own countries. I'm also a firm believer of cooperation, especially in the context of achieving the SDGs and creating a more sustainable and peaceful society. Aligning with the International Youth Day Conference, the UN Global Compact believes in the power of collective action, especially among the private sector. The UN Global Compact is the world's largest voluntary corporate citizenship initiative, which was called into existence in 2000 by the 7th UN General Secretary General Kofi Annan. Its mission is to create a sustainable and inclusive global economy that delivers the lasting benefits to peoples, communities, and markets. To make this happen, the UN Global Compact is supporting the companies to do business responsibly by aligning their strategies and operations with the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact in such 4 areas as human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption, and then take strategic action to advance broader societal goals, including the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. While the world has made great achievements towards several of the SDGs, however, progress on others has stalled or even been reversed with the COVID-19 pandemic. Income inequality continues to rise. Global hunger is increasing, and the climate is changing even faster than many experts predicted. That is why I fully agree with the slogan of this conference, the time is now. Indeed, we have no time to hesitate and no time to question the need to accelerate. We have to act and scale our actions now. Actually, we are facing many challenges that may seem overwhelming. However, the current crisis has also provided opportunities to businesses and states for their transformation. The pandemic has presented to us that sustainability is no longer an option, but the only path that we should strive for. In fact, world leaders, including those in the private sector, are more and more realizing that we are running out of time to achieve the 2030 agenda and started to commit in raising the ambition to set up transformative change. And I expect you also share this urgency, and that is why you are here to take part in this conference. So today, I ask you to participate with an open mind and the willingness to step outside of your comfort zone. This will allow you to have meaningful and honest discussions with your peers. First, start a conversation, and then share ideas, and finally, develop the concrete action plans on how to tackle the problems you face in your own local communities and to contribute to the enhancement of the SDGs. I am more than excited to see young people all over the world eager to find ways in solving the problems we are facing, because I believe transformation starts with the younger generation. It is my sincere hope the International Youth Day 2022 conference can be the starting point of these meaningful changes. And I warmly welcome all of you to join this journey and working together as global citizens in creating a better world with no one left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the UN Global Compact. Okay, next speaker from Sri Lanka. He's in charge of all training program in Sri Lanka. He's very special guest. So I would like to introduce the Mr. Saman Lasana Fria. Please give a big clap. The Director General of Trade Unions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am honored and privileged to have this opportunity to address the International Youth Day 2022 of SDG Youth Organization, which has a membership of 33 countries. At the same time, I am really happy that our Sri Lankan youth community has had the privilege to join such an important international youth conference. I would like to thank Mr. Chulan Kumar Ratnayaka, the Director General of Sri Lanka, and country representative Mr. Vijay Kumar, and the founder of SDG Youth International, Mr. Ju Yong Kim, for inviting me the conference. Also, I convey my heartiest greetings and wishes in the International Youth Day Conference 2022. The Sustainable Development Goals or Global Goals were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. According to that, Sri Lanka passed the Sustainable Development Act in 2017 and established a Sustainable Development Council in 2018. Further, in 2020, the Sustainable Development Council released a national policy and strategy on sustainable development, and we have been following strategies to achieve the global goals. And next, as examples, we introduce subsidies as Samurdhi, fertilizer subsidies, providing nutrition hampers for pregnant mothers act. To live off the poverty of the people, we develop the health system by developing hospitals, reducing the cost of the drugs, establishing an island-wide emergency ambulance service act. To improve the health and well-being of the public, to develop the education system, attending schools for 13 years was made compulsory. 26 subjects were introduced for advanced levels. An insurance scheme for the school children were introduced. Further, to develop the job opportunities and develop the economy of the country, we recruited human resources. Unfortunately, due to the COVID pandemic and faulty management of the government, today Sri Lanka is facing an economically crisis situation, and now it has converted to a political crisis also. Because of that, we are facing difficulties in implementing planned strategies and to achieve our targets. Now Sri Lankans are suffering from raised inflation and raised cost of living, loss of people's jobs and job opportunities, collapsed education system and industries due to fuel and transport problem act. As Sri Lankans, we have to work harder to achieve the sustainable goals amidst this critical situation. But before that, we should restore our collapsed economy to a better level. For that, we need the support and cooperation of the world. I think this is a great opportunity to draw the attention of the international community towards Sri Lanka. I am sure the innovative and creative ideas brought forward through this conference will help us to overcome the conflict situation we are in. This is a golden opportunity which will enable our youth community to share ideas with the international youth community and to exchange the knowledge with the others, thereby increasing the contribution of the Sri Lanka youth to rebuild our nation and to make a better future. So again, I would like to convey my heartiest greetings and wishes in the International Youth Day Conference 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know he in charge of all training program in Sri Lanka. There are many Sri Lanka young people here. Yes, I saw many Sri Lankan. So please, let's develop together. Because of the every day I saw the news regarding the Sri Lanka. Young people try and get the new power. So we will stand together with the Sri Lankan young people and then with the Sri Lanka government. Thank you so much once again. So please give a big clap to him. Next speaker from Korea. He was in charge of all youth activity in the government. So name is Yong-an Shin, and the former chairman of Presidential Youth Committee. He sent great message. Please give a big clap to him.
Hello, young generation around the world. My name is Shin Yong-han, and I'm a former chairman of the Presidential Youth Committee. First, I'm very pleased to extend my sincere congratulations to you on this meaningful day, the 2022 International Youth Day. The time has come for youth like you to lead the global trend. In particular, numerous young entrepreneurs are entering the stage through technological innovation. The near future you will lead is the era of brand management and ESG management. ESG is the voice of human prosperity to create an ethical company that protects the environment and respects people. ESG management and brand management through continuous innovation have now emerged as the most significant criteria for evaluating corporate value. They are becoming more highly regarded by investment decision makers as well. I look forward to you establishing your identity as the empowering youth in the era of creating opportunities for sustainable growth in the era of ESG management. Once you take opportunities and challenge yourself, the future will be entirely yours to create and change. Here's to your bright future. The time is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much once again, the former chairman of Youth Council. Thank you so much. Next speaker is very special speakers. I'd like to introduce very specially. I met first time 2015 when I used to work in United Nations. At that time, I tried to find out the great project. So at that time, the president of CSR Forum, CEO of CSR Forum, so he suggests in order to achieve the SDGs, we have to collaborate with the private sector. He knows very well about the private sector. So he's working for a big company in Korea, the SK. And then he combined many companies so for fulfill the SDGs through the CSR activity. So I'd like to introduce Do-young Kim, the CEO of CSR Forum. So please give a big clap to him.
Oh, thank you. Dear participants, dear distinguished speakers, dear Do-young Kim, the president of SDG Youth. First of all, I would like to extend my congratulations on 2022 International Youth SDGs Conference. And today, it is very meaningful to have a time to have a deep discussion on the SDGs, CSR, and youth under the theme of youth and SDG. In the meantime, corporations have made many attempts and efforts to establish the right relationship with society using the term CSR, corporate social responsibility. Contemplation on the scope, scale, and method of CSR to contribute to solving social problems has made very dramatic progress in response to changes in our society. From the very beginning, CSR has been understood as a philanthropic activity and has been extended to include economic, legal, and ethical responsibilities. The importance of CSR is increasing because our society requires the expertise and resources of corporations to solve social problems that are becoming more and more complex. Therefore, various international guidance such as ISO 26000, DJSI, GRI, etc. have been proposed. In particular, the SDGs adopted by the UN in 2015 has the greatest impact on corporations around the world. The biggest issue in the recent CSR area is ESG management. The term ESG was first used by the UNGC in 2004, but as it was required from the perspective of investors from the beginning of 2020, when the pandemic began, ESG management has now become a major management strategy for companies to create social value. ESG management requires a very strategic approach compared to the previous traditional CSR activities. This is because it must be applied to the entire business management and must satisfy many measurable performance indexes. Considering these changes, today's conference is very meaningful. I hope that through today's conference, SDGs, CSR, and ESG experts will share knowledges with youth, and innovative ideas from youth from all around the world will be discussed, resulting in a very meaningful message for corporate social activity, responsibility activities. Congratulations again on such a wonderful conference today, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, CEO of CSR Forum. We are working together after this conference. Maybe next year, we'll make a more big impact through the CSR Forum. Thank you so much once again, the CEO, Do-young Kim. Please give a big clap to him again. Okay, before close the opening ceremony, I'll give a short speech. Especially young people, in order to achieve the SDGs internationally, there are many ways to achieve. But most important thing is a motivation of young people. Why I achieve the SDGs. That is very important. And then based on which relationship, I have a big interest about the achieving the SDGs. Why? Why I want to make a project in the field? Yesterday we discussed of a correct answer because of we are a friend. If we are not friend, why I invest my time, energy, finance? Why I I'm doing the project with other people. Why? That is very simple. If I don't know other people, no need to help. But if I know my friends, so I'm willing to make a project, and then I want to live together with a better community. In order to achieve the SDGs, we need a finance as well. In order to make a finance, we have to collaborate together with the government, with the private sector, or you're struggling with the individual people. There are many ways to make a finance to achieve SDG through activity. So please discuss today. Please share your story. What you are doing in your country, which SDG interested in are you? Feel free to discuss as a friend. And then if you want to collaborate together, please share to CSR Forum or the Sri Lanka government or United Nations. There I saw my colleague from United Nations, George Getty. We push to United Nations. Please support young people. We have an idea. We want to achieve the SDGs together with the young people. That is today's topic, youth and SDGs. Please discuss passionately and then try to share your story and situation. And we have to make it together. In terms of SDG youth, we are trying many projects in the world regarding the SDGs. Maybe during the plenary session, my colleague will share the specific story as one young people. Please share your story during the group discussion. During the group discussion, I invite my colleagues from Nigeria and United Nations. They will share more specific story. Why George Getty is doing the project in the field. Please share deeply your story. That's why today we gather together here. So please have a time. Okay, thank you so much. That is today's topic. So please share, the time is now. Okay, I'd like to close the opening ceremony. So before close opening ceremony, let's have a group photo together. So please, because of this is the very historical time, please switch on your camera and then see your camera and then check the hair and then face and then look at the camera and then like this. Yes, heart. See me my heart. I'm very passionate. Okay. Okay, look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. You can say SDG. Okay, thank you so much. We have a break time for 50 minutes. Okay, 50 minutes. And then, okay, I know the Nigeria now almost, 7 a.m. Okay, please take a breakfast. And then Sri Lanka, please have a lunch for 50 minutes. And then see you after 50 minutes. Okay, see you.
Without peace, we cannot do anything. Without peace, it is zero. So starting with the peace is the first step, and it will be the rolling call all through.
And so the decade of action requires that countries come together, work together, iron out their differences, complement each other, and work towards a realization of SDGs. If we work together, it will be much easier to achieve SDGs.
제가 유엔에서 이렇게 쭉 경험해 본 결과는 평화가 없으면 휴먼 라이트, 즉 우리가 갖고 있는 기본권이 보장이 되지 않는다라는 것을 뼈저리게 느꼈습니다. 저는 평화라는 것은 마치 휴먼 라이트 측면에서 공기와 같다, 이렇게 표현할 수 있겠습니다.
우리가 통일하고 평화 문제를 이야기할 때 또 SDG만큼 이거를 좋게 분석하고 해석할 수 있는 틀이 또 없는 것 같아요.
전 세계 70% 이상이 청년들이고 그 청년들이 힘을 합쳐서 평화와 SDG를 함께 해결해야 한다고 생각합니다.
올해 8월 12일부터 14일까지 세계 청년의 날이 시작됩니다. Day 1. Let's talk about youth and peace. Day 2. Talk about youth and sustainable development goals. Day 3. Talk about youth and sustainable business.
Experts from each field will gather and join you through online.
I would like to invite experts from all the fields to join us for the SDG Youth Conference 2022.
Join with us and make your life to be a great success.
Is your country peaceful nowadays? Tell me about your country.
Come with us.
Come with us.
Come with us for a peaceful world.
Okay, today's second stage, the plenary session. I invited the expert person who have expert on each SDG and experience. Why we made a plenary session, especially young people, they don't know where compare the expert person. So young people easily can learn during the conference and then during the activity. But today, during the conference, we can learn easily. So I invite some expert people as a speaker. The first speaker, because we are friends, I introduce more individually. George Gache is the today keynote speaker. He was soccer player. I played together with the soccer when I worked in United Nations. He's a very nice player. And then also he worked a lot in the slum. So at that time, I really expect his activity. So that's why today I invite him as a keynote speaker. So I will invite the Georgie Gache. He's working for United Nations. Please give a big clap. She will share the amazing story in United Nations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kim. And it is such a pleasure for me to join everyone here in this International Youth Day 2022 celebrations. And it is such a pleasure for me to be also the one giving the keynote speak, and I don't take that for granted. So thank you so much. And as you've already heard, good morning everyone from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is George Gashi. I'm a program assistant working with the UN Habitat here in Nairobi. I work in a program called the Participatory Slum Upgrading Program, which is under the Land, Housing, and Shelter section. My particular role is that of leading on the community engagement and youth networks within the slum and informal settlements that we work in. So I will be sharing a little bit about my experience today. I will give a few examples, and if time allows, I'll play a video just to show more of the work that I'm involved in. So yeah, so that's a picture of me and the Secretary General of the UN also when he visited Nairobi and came to one of the informal settlements that we work in, also just to also see the engagement that we have with young people. And I thought that would be a good place to start from. So please, next slide, Sungbin. Thank you. And before I dive into the work that I do, I thought it is important, as Kim also explained, that there are many young people who are joining us today that would like to understand also the role of the UN, especially UN Habitat within the UN system. And so UN Habitat is mandated by the General Assembly to promote socially, environmentally sustainable towns and cities, with the goal of providing adequate shelter for all. So this is the mandate of UN Habitat, and UN Habitat is also the focal point for all urbanization and human settlement matters within the UN system. Supports member states in the development of sustainable cities and human settlements through its normative and operational work on the global, regional, national, and local level. It also leads and coordinates the monitoring of and reporting on global progress in the implementation of the New Urban Agenda and SDG 11. So UN Habitat is the focal point for SDG 11, and monitors its implementation. And I'm happy to share more about what we do in this particular area. So next slide. Yeah. And so the mission is for UN Habitat is to promote transformative change in cities and human settlements through knowledge, policy, advice, and technical assistance and collaborative actions to leave no one and no place behind. And all the work that is carried out by UN Habitat is underpinned by human rights-based approach, which ensures that those farthest behind are targeted first. And as I've mentioned, like human rights approaches, children, youth, and older persons also, given priorities in most of the planning and the projects that are carried out, gender mainstreaming, as well as people living with disability. Next, please. Yeah, and so maybe we can just like take a view and just have a look at the scale of the current urban problems. So as we all know from the COVID-19 pandemic, over 1,450 cities and 30 cities in 210 countries were affected by COVID-19. And so this basically means that over 95% of these cases were reported in urban areas. Now zooming into the informal settlements, there are 1 billion people who live in informal settlements and slums, in overcrowding and inadequate housing. Globally, about 2.4 billion people lack adequate access to safe water and sanitation. So during this time, UN Habitat needed around 72 million to help meet urgent needs in cities and communities in 64 countries that we work in. Next, please. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I'm a project officer, also program assistant with the Participatory Slum Upgrading Program. This is a global program that is being implemented in 3 regions of Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. It is funded by the European Commission and in partnership with the OACP Secretariat. So the program improves the living conditions for millions of slum dwellers worldwide. And really in my team, we are experts in addressing the diverse challenges in slums and informal settlements. So currently we are in 190 cities in 40 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean and the Pacific, as mentioned earlier, and investing in strategic participatory slum upgrading activities and sustainable urbanization. We focus on the biggest deprivations for slum communities. That's the lack of adequate and safe housing conditions, clean water supply, sanitation, and secure land tenure. In addition, we also look at the issues of waste management, gender equality and human rights, as mentioned earlier, also climate resilience and participation of the local communities in the slum upgrading process. And basically, we use young people also to take lead, and not use as such, but partner. We partner with the youth organizations who are now taking lead in implementation of some of these programs on the ground, as we will see in the next slides. Next, please. Yeah, so just to give a few examples, as I'd already mentioned, the case of COVID-19. So UN Habitat and through the participatory slum upgrading program embarked also on supporting communities and the government to respond to COVID-19, to curb the spread of COVID-19. So some of the activities we work with, we do with the communities. I'll give a few examples of COVID-19 support that we did. And then there's also a component that we call community managed funds and support to livelihood. And this is where 10% of the total project fund is directed to a community trust. And then the community can come up with transformative projects to be managed also by them through these community managed funds. And then we've also embarked on construction of youth centers and community centers. As you can see in one of the photos there, that's one of the centers constructed by UN Habitat in one of the slum areas. And we support a lot of community organization and especially youth-led organizations at the local level. So this PSUP works in 40 countries, and in Kenya is one of the countries that we work in, and I will dive in a bit to just show specific examples. So next. Yeah, so organizing communities to participate in development, and this is where I come in. As I mentioned earlier, the area of community engagement and organizing. So we've used global experiences also to come up also with local solutions. And one of the areas that we've realized due to high numbers of young people who are unemployed is the issue of livelihoods and the informal economy, because majority of young people are looking for blue-collar jobs which are not available in the market, and therefore there's also a need to encourage the uptake of people to join also like the informal economy to support that. And next slide. So this is how the community managed funds, I thought I would just share. So we start doing with the situation analysis, which includes mapping and stakeholder analysis. And then you look at the policy and the policy framework that exists within that particular country. And then you do a citywide approach, citywide slum upgrading strategy. And this prevents like, formation of new informal settlements and just, sort of like working in pockets of slums because they're spread all over cities. And so when you look at it from a citywide angle, then it gives you a better picture of concrete priorities, actions. There could be short term, there could be also medium term and long term. And then looking at the financing and also joint resource mobilization strategies also that supports now the neighborhood planning, including enumeration, survey, and community mapping. And then through that, the communities are able to identify transformative projects which are then funded through these community managed funds and projects. And this is community led from onset to like until they finish. And then of course this builds that ownership of programs and also the sustainability aspect of it, because if they're the ones involved in the implementation, then also we build their capacity to be able to maintain these programs. Next slide, please. So the reason why we also work with these community contracts is through the conventional contractual procedures, the community benefits only from the output of the contract, as I mentioned earlier, and from the process of the construction. But then through these contracts and engaging them and them taking lead, you build that ownership and as well as the capacity of the community members to be able to maintain some of these programs. So that's just illustration showing how this the difference between having like these big contractors and the community itself taking lead in the project. Next, please. Yeah. So it's a cycle. That's how the community managed funds work. So community projects, and then it can work either as a loan or a grant. So sometimes you have these revolving funds. They vary from each community. For example, in Ghana, they decided they wanted to set up a revolving fund, and the local women and youth, applied for loans to increase businesses, and that worked very well. While in Kenya, the community there decided to do community projects. And so it can go either way, depending on also like the laws and the frameworks that exist within the country. But at the end of the day, the fund is meant to support youth programs, women empowerment programs, and also those small community transformative projects that the community can manage themselves. So this is a great component of the program, and this works very well because the community then is able to see the immediate impact of these programs, because at times the slum upgrading programs can take a long time before you actually see the outputs of the benefits of it. So through these community managed funds, the communities are also able to implement some of the programs, even if the partners like the government is doing like planning or big infrastructure projects, then they can work line in line. Next, I'm almost done, so I'll be very brief in the next one. So this is just an example of what some of the things that we've zeroed in. This is Ghana, an example from Accra, Ghana, where the community managed funds also was used to to pave alleys, which are now used also to improve on their businesses. But this is among other programs that are also implemented in Ghana through the PSUP. Next. Yeah, and just a brief example of some of the COVID-19 youth-led response activities that we supported in Kenya. So there was like production of face masks, setup of hand washing stations. Next. So some of the challenges and impact of the pandemic in Nairobi slums is, the pandemic led to loss of jobs for most youth who basically work as casual laborers. And we know that there was a closure of the informal business due to lack of purchasing power by the residents. And of course, this led to also sometimes increase in police brutality cases during the enforcement of the curfew and some of the restrictions. There was an increase in gender-based violence cases in most homes, and increase in teenage pregnancies in informal settlements, and of course, increase in crime rate, which all affects young people. And so we came in, next slide, we came in to support youth organizations to set up hand washing stations. So there was a gap that was identified, lack of water, access to water and all that. So the formation, the local organizations formed a youth coalition. And through this coalition, we were able to establish hand washing stations in different parts of the slum neighborhoods in the city. And this really supported, because as we all know, water is one of the main challenges that people face in slums. So next. So yeah, so there was also a program where we supported the schools in Madare and Kibera to set up also these hand washing stations. We all know the schools were closed, so when they resumed, some of these measures were not put in place by the school administrators. So then we jumped in with other partners also to support the schools by setting up hand washing stations inside the schools, also to curb the spread of COVID-19 within the schools. As we all know, they are overcrowded. So approximately over 20,000 school children benefit from this. Next. So UN Habitat also every 2 years hosts this what we call the World Urban Forum. And we just came from World Urban Forum, where we had the Youth Assembly, the Grassroots Assembly, and the Women Assembly. So some of the recommendations that were put forward as building forward better post-COVID-19 is that resources should be allocated to communities themselves to reach positions of equality. Investing in building social cohesion, sensitization, local awareness through community mobilization, organization, and leadership, which again revolves around the youth. So it is the youth who are taking lead in this, and therefore there's a need to strengthen existing youth groups and community organizations and support these community-led initiatives. And then draw from experiences, as we are doing now, sharing from Kenya, Nigeria, and other areas. We draw from best practices and see how we can best share this knowledge amongst ourselves to build resilience. Next, please. Yeah, so this is another example of youth and community stakeholder engagement, where we have co-design, co-production through data collection and bridging the IT and the digital gap within the slum communities. So you will see in the next slide, the participatory slum upgrading program with another partner called the Planet Smart City. We established a community app that would assist one of the informal settlements to coordinate and collect information within that community. So we called it the Planet Smart City community app, and some of the local youth organizations that we partnered with in Madare. Next. And so what this app actually does within the community is to promote community collaboration. Information on services amongst community members, people can just access through this app, and you get more information about the local groups. So for example, there's like, a network of all the youth groups. You can get the information, what they do, other information about the facilities within the communities, health centers, hospitals, and so have you. So this is what the app does. And we are hoping that we can scale it up to also other neighborhoods. Next. Yeah, so mapping of stores, as I said, shared facilities. Also, you can use that. The app, there's a questionnaire that you can also collect data and get information from the community members themselves. And it's accessible. Anyone just needs to download the app and sign in, and then they have access. Next. So yeah, some of the lessons learned from the community app is that the community, empowerment of youth and women via shared platform is important. Also, for partners, it's also important to understand, the existing kind of like infrastructure. In most slum neighborhoods, of course, most people don't have smartphones, but then through this community and youth centers, you can build IT centers where they can access this information. And next, I think we're coming to the end of my presentation. So yeah, so this is just an overview of this Planet app and how it works. It's a partnership between UN Habitat and a private sector partner, doing it in Mathare and with possible replication to other areas. And you know, the aim is to map out different activities within the community. And you know, it has useful features that can be adapted to meet the local needs. Next. Yeah, so this leads to pretty much the end of my presentation, and I would like to, you know, emphasize on the need for meaningful partnerships between local organizations, local youth organizations, and different stakeholders. So to institutionalize these partnerships through, you know, agreements, and then shifting of paradigm and building synergies so that grassroots and youth movements are integrated as part of the solutions and as recognized actors of change, you know, and these partnerships should also be holistic and inclusive approach to address multiple issues that are affecting young people and communities at large. So this will help us achieve the SDGs, even as we, you know, celebrate this International Youth Day. And the question should be, by the time we celebrate the next International Youth Day, what will we have achieved between now and then? Next slide, please. So yeah, so this, yeah, so basically the next slide is my contacts in case anyone would like to get in touch for clarifications. I know we will still discuss more during the group sessions, but I have a very short video that I would request that we play. So please join me in watching this video and you will have a good overview of how some of the neighborhoods we work with and meet also some of the youth that are leading some of this work on the ground. So thank you so much. I hope I was clear. Happy to clarify anything, happy to respond if there's any question, but please let's watch this video first and we continue with the discussion. So happy International Youth Day again to everyone. And thank you so much, Kim and team, for organizing this event and for the opportunity to share my experience. Asante sana.
So we work with the young people like this one in Mathare, the other one is in Kibera. So they will do for you what they do.
Over 2 months' time, Your Excellencies, UN Habitat were able to establish 25 hand-washing points in Kibera and Mathare.
But I am sure in my mind that we are going to come out of this war, we will win, but we can only win together.
From our driver, the president, who is directed us to ensure that we protect life and livelihood. Well, we are flagging off the area. Thank you very much.
So tuko so grateful sisi kama Mathare Roots tumekuwa part of it, and na hope mimi tukienda kwa mtaa tutafundisha watu wengi na tutacreate awareness ya coronavirus.
Thanks to UN Habitat kwa kutukumbuka as undefined ladies for the opportunity. We are launching E28 officially. We want to set it up for the people of 4B waweze kutumia for hand wash, and we beat this coronavirus.
This partnership between Ghetto Foundation and UN Habitat, we are implementing 10 hand washing stations in different parts of Mathare.
Leo tumemeet hapa tukiwa youth groups mingi za Mathare. Tumekuja kutrainwa kuhusu hand wash na vile tutajikinga kuhusu hii pandemic ya coronavirus yenye imekuja.
Hakikisha umevaa mask na glove at all time while at the hand washing station. Usiguze macho, mapua ama mdomo at any given time ukiwa kazini.
Thank you so much. Asante sana from UN Habitat. Thank you so much. He emphasized the partnership. Also, he showed and opened his contact. So I know there are many the young people from Kenya and then who is learning the organization. Please contact the George Gache and then to make a partnership with the UN Habitat. Through International Youth Day, we connect and then make a good outcome. Thank you so much once again, George Gache, Asante Sana. Give a big clap to him again. Thank you so much. Okay, next. Maybe George Gache, he share about the United Nations level. This big person share the national level, the Nigeria. And then Dr. Peter Im, he has a lot of experience. I saw the career, it's a lot. Wow, I can't read one by one. There are a lot of experience. He's learning the Nigeria youth volunteer. Regarding the SDGs, volunteer is very important, as you know. So he will share the national level, Nigeria level, how the SDG, how achieve the SDGs. I would like to invite Peter Im. Please give a big clap to President of Nigeria Youth Volunteer.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kim. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all participants on the platform. Today, I'm excited to be part of this conversation as we mark the International Youth Day. And I am part of this because, especially as the team speaks, intergenerational solidarity, creating your slide is not showing very well. Let me see if I can augment that.
It's okay. You can see very well.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, creating a world for all ages. And that's why we are part of this engagement. We started this journey as young people, you know, way back, and we have been part of the process of building or advocating for the establishment of functional youth volunteering in Nigeria. And to that extent, we participated in the process of establishing the first national policy on inclusive volunteering in Nigeria. And we've been following through with that advocacy. And currently, we have established strategic partnership with government under the auspices of the National Orientation Agency to build an ecosystem that promotes functional volunteerism. Because what we've seen over time here in Nigeria is that individuals, organizations, and maybe young people have been involved in doing volunteer activities. But we have discovered that volunteerism is not just an event. Volunteerism is like the breath of life. It's an everyday affair. Okay, so what we've been doing is trying to build an ecosystem that will support the promotion of functional volunteerism. But I'd like to start by saying that as we mark this year's International Youth Day, I want us to use the opportunity to give it up to young people across the world who are leading the charge, you know, to driving change through innovations and all of that. in Nigeria or across the African continent, we have seen how young people have been responsible for innovations, that are bringing about changes. As at the last count, as at the last quarter of last year, we have seen how in Nigeria specifically, young people have been able to attract through startup innovations, attracted about 1.9 billion naira. I mean, $1.9 billion. And that for us, and that applies to young people across the continent. And so I want us to take a minute or maybe a second to just appreciate young people across the world for all that they are doing to contribute to development and to drive sustainable development across the world. So permit me, or let me invite us to kindly use the opportunity to appreciate young people across the world. Can we give them a hand of applause, please? Fantastic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can barely hear myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I wanted to share with us, I don't want to assume that the concept of sustainable development goals is understood by everybody. So I like to
I think your voice is not clear, just disconnected.
Okay, so sustainable development goals are universal development frameworks that have been developed to facilitate or provide a framework for stakeholders across the world to leverage. And the goals include 17 goals, 169 targets, and 231 indicators. The SDG goals are anchored on 5 pillars: people, planet, prosperity, and partnership. And the goals are specific goals are to end poverty, to end hunger, to promote good health and well-being, promote quality education, gender equality, ensure that there is clean water and there is sanitation, to provide affordable and clean energy, decent work, decent work, and of course, economic growth. And goal 9 is to promote industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Goal 10 is to reduce inequalities. Goal 11, to build sustainable cities, just like our brother from Kenya, the first speaker, spoke about UN habitats. And to promote responsible consumption and production, to promote climate change actions that will help address climate change challenges. Then to look at life below water. And goal 15 is life on land. Goal 16 is about peace, justice, and strong institutions. And then the SDG is capped by goal 17, which places emphasis on partnership to achieve the goals. Okay, so the SDG essentially is it's a universal call to action, and the idea is for everyone across the world to work together to be able to address all of the challenges that we face. So that's the call to action, and the strategies for achieving the SDGs have been clearly developed by the UN system itself. And that involves integrating the SDGs into national social, economic, and environment development plans, development of in-country strategy implementation plans, and intensive advocacy, communication, social mobilization, and citizen involvement in active participation in achieving the SDGs, and the promotion of innovative and functional volunteerism to support active youth participation. And all of these frameworks have been developed
by the United Nations and of course development stakeholders across the world. So the strategies are the toolkits have been clearly developed and they're available for us to leverage. And that's what we're doing essentially back here in Nigeria. And so when it comes to how the youth can help in achieving the SDGs, it is very clear the role of young people. We all know that first, young people have democratic advantage. In Nigeria, we have, the Nigerian youth, the Nigerian population is predominantly useful, and the youth have raw energies. They are innovative. They have creative ingenuities. They are resilient, and they're resourceful. So all of these are assets that that we can leverage to mobilize and engage young people in productive, in contributing to achieving the sustainable development goals. And so the United Nations itself discovered that at the core of achieving the SDG is volunteerism. And so what they did was that the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution on volunteerism and declared the year 2000 as International Year of Volunteerism. And of course, every year, every 5th of every December is set aside to celebrate volunteerism as the International Volunteers Day. Okay, so, and also the International Association for Volunteer Efforts, IAVE, also adopted a Universal Declaration on Volunteerism in 2001. And then the African Union followed suit with the establishment of the African Union Youth Volunteer Corps. All of this essentially has transformed what volunteerism used to be known as the practice of volunteerism. Volunteerism then was informal, but with the declarations of the United Nations on volunteerism and stakeholders across the world, volunteerism has become a critical development tool, and then the United Nations have clearly defined volunteerism within the context of development to mean that volunteerism is a powerful means of engaging young people in tackling development challenges, and that they can transform the pace and nature of development. And so it is, and then it also said that volunteerism is the only means through which citizens contribute actively in development and nation building efforts for the good and benefit of all and sundry. So the power of volunteerism has been acknowledged to be a critical tool for development. Available reports from the United Nations volunteer indicates that about 1 billion people across the world, contributing to volunteerism and driving change across the world. And it has also been acknowledged that volunteerism is the only link between government and citizens. Citizens leverage volunteerism as a means of contributing to development and nation building. Volunteerism assists in the implementation of government policies and programs, and in order to build communities. Volunteerism is also acknowledged as a tool that fosters sustainable development because it has the capacity to mobilize communities, engage citizens in national planning, and as well as support the implementation of development goals by providing opportunities for citizens to interact with government on development issues through concrete and enable actions. Volunteerism has also been acknowledged as a thread that binds communities and serves as a tool for promoting understanding, peace building, and social cohesion. Volunteerism essentially builds strong and resilient communities and provide creative and innovative solutions that seeks to address diverse socio-economic and environmental development challenges. Volunteerism has the capacity to achieve diverse sustainable development goals, including poverty, hunger, and unemployment. Volunteerism is a tool for civic education, citizenship, and leadership development, especially for young people. And so volunteerism as a development goal changer. Next slide. Volunteerism as a development game changer. We have discovered that with volunteerism, with innovative and functional volunteerism, young people can leverage volunteerism to build the sense of citizenship, to build capacity, to build, to engage, to mobilize, and contribute to mobilize even up to resources to contribute to development. We have also discovered that volunteerism is a critical pathway to gainful employment, as it provides young people the opportunity to learn and acquire practical workplace experience that positions them to grow a career, And then we have also discovered that through volunteerism, young people can learn and build capacity to run businesses through social entrepreneurship. And so, next slide. We have discovered that benefits of volunteerism or volunteering. We have discovered that volunteerism has benefits for both the volunteer, the community, the state, and the nation, and that it gives a sense of belonging to the volunteers and the sense of fulfillment in participating in volunteer works. It provides an opportunity to learn and acquire new skills, meet new people, just like we're meeting here, and find friends, network, and then it also provides opportunities for even employment as well. It provides opportunity to discover new career options and build the capacity to function effectively and seamlessly. It provides the opportunity to learn and acquire employability and entrepreneurial skills that fosters the enhancement of productivity in the workplace, as well as self-reliance. And so, about Nigerian youth volunteers, recognizing what volunteerism, the contributions of value of volunteerism, we decided to establish the Nigerian Youth Volunteer in 2012. And since then, we were part of the making of the first national policy on inclusive volunteering. That policy was eventually approved in 2000 by the federal government. And since the approving of that policy, which now creates the enabling environment for us to promote functional volunteerism, what we have done as a platform is to engage with government. And so we have succeeded in developing partnerships with relevant agencies of government. Our focal agency is the National Orientation Agency, and that agency have supported us to organize and inaugurate what we call the National Program Implementation Working Group, comprising of relevant agencies of government. And the working group is currently working to develop an implementable national framework that will support the promotion of functional youth volunteerism in Nigeria. By the reason of our partnership with National Orientation Agency, we have been able to establish structures that will serve as functional volunteer service centers across the country, from the states to the local government level. And Kim earlier talked about the need for funding. And so what we've discovered is that if we bring forth our programs and expect that government will support us in funding it, we discovered that that will be a Herculean task to achieve. So what we have done is that we have succeeded in developing a funding framework to leverage crowdfunding and innovative volunteer fundraising, under the auspices of the National Youth Volunteer Development Trust Fund, so that it can support the implementation of the programs that we have developed under the auspices of the National Youth Volunteer Development Program. Okay, so our thematic areas, the programs that we are focal programs that we are looking at engaging young people that we believe will drive and deepen impacts, are anchored on a number of SDG goals. One of them is education. Under the education component, we have what we call the Eagle Intent, Now, the Eagle Intern is designed to help young people build what we call employability skills, and then to leverage volunteerism and internship placement to provide them the opportunity to acquire practical workplace experience, and then, of course, to help them through the process of maybe getting jobs, placements, and helping them to grow their career. So that's what one of the programs we're doing under education. And under education also, we are looking at establishing functional youth volunteer, student volunteer course in schools, so that we can teach young people to imbibe the spirit and culture of volunteerism from in what we call Catch Them Young. And then to see how, and of course, the SDG framework has also clearly defined how, the contribution of young people, especially for students, to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're also looking at social entrepreneurship, because our National Youth Volunteer Development Program is an incentive-based volunteer intervention program. So we believe that we can leverage social entrepreneurship, to create functional businesses that will have young people work in and then generate income, and of course as a source of livelihood. We're also looking at having what we currently don't have in Nigeria is an organized structure where we have a pool of volunteers that we can leverage. So part of what we're doing in part of our program is to develop a pool of highly inspired and skilled volunteers that can be deployed for both national and whatever interventions that will be needed, where volunteers will be needed. Okay, so we're also looking at, we recognize that climate change challenges are currently on the front burner. And so we have a program that will engage young people in helping and contributing to addressing the challenges of environmental sustainability and climate change. And then we also discovered that football, yesterday Kim was speaking, and of course, even the agreement that was signed was with the Institute for Sports. So the United Nations have developed frameworks that we have seen, and how sports can contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So we also have as part of our programs grassroots sports development that will promote, organize activities that will engage young people, and of course that will also help in discovering talents that we can nurture and help to help them to unleash their potentials. Recently we've seen the inspiring story of Toby and her colleagues in the recent Olympics, athletics games, and of course the recently concluded games in the UK. So there are lots of talents like that scattered all across the country that are looking for opportunity to express themselves, but the lack of those opportunities are not available. So we intend to leverage volunteerism as a tool to encourage young people, provide opportunities for young people to unleash their potentials and contribute to national development. So that's all about my contribution. Maybe in the course of the session, we will share very practical terms or frameworks of how what we have designed with these programs and how probably stakeholders across the world can leverage to learn from. So thank you very much. This is just the much I can share with us for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. There are many Nigerian young people. Please apply to Nigeria Youth Volunteer and then to collaborate with the Nigerian government. Thank you so much once again. Give a big clap.
Sorry, Kim, hello, Kim.
Sorry?
I didn't mention a SDG Youth Nigeria, and that's very key.
Okay, thank you so much.
So we're working very closely with the SDG Youth Nigeria office, and we hope that in the days ahead, we will together work with them to achieve so much. So thank you very much. And I want to use the opportunity to send appreciation to Uzo Uzo, the country rep, is doing very well, and we are together with him in making things happen.
Okay, thank you so much once again to emphasize over SDG Youth Nigeria chapter. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker from Korea. So he has expert of environment. So in Korea, we are saying the ESG, the environment and social and governance. So he has a ESG, he has an expert on ESG. He is very professional, the professor and then actor. Okay, I would like to invite the head director of Sustainability Lab. Please give a big clap to Min-seok Kim.
Hello, I welcome everyone who attended the International Youth Day 2022. My name is Min-seok Kim, who studied sustainability, ES management, and CSR. And I teach at Ewha Women University and Hanyang University also. I would like to talk about the environment, the first word in ESG, which has been a hot topic recently. Do you know a girl named Suzuki? This girl gave a speech at the UN conferences in 1992. She emphasized that the Earth we live in can no longer be sustainable due to adult reckless development and long corporate management. If you don't know how to get the broken Earth back and how to fix it, she begging us to stop destroying and breaking it. And she said, our world would never make society and the environment better. So what do you need? She emphasized that only our action can make society and the environment better. Only our action can make. Exactly 30 years have passed since Suzuki gave this speech. Is the planet and society we live in better? No, unfortunately, they didn't get any better. This is a lot talk about the recent climate crisis. Actually, this week, Korea suffered a lot of damage from heavy rain that have never been seen before. Not only Korea, but also rivers in Germany and England are experiencing drought. And the Death Valley region of the United States, which doesn't get much rain, has also experienced flooding. One of the causes of this phenomenon is climate warming. And climate warming is due to greenhouse gases. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, we humans have emitted a lot of greenhouse gases. As you can see from the graph, the US, China, and EU countries emit the most greenhouse gases, and Korea is no exception. As of today, Korea is the 8th largest emitter country of the greenhouse gases in the world. Nevertheless, we still live unaware of the seriousness of the environment. Have you ever heard of the ESG? I'm teaching ESG at the university. Perhaps some of you take ESG course at school or university. ESG is an acronym for the English word that means environmental, social, and governance. The word ESG was used in 2004 when the United Nations and about 20 financial institutions met in Geneva, Switzerland. The theme of the conference in 2004 was the financial institution should integrate ESG issues into their investment analysis, operation, and decision-making. In the past, financial institutions made investment decisions based on financial performance. As a result, the company prioritized financial value over the environment and society. As a result, our current environment has become so difficult for humans to control. ESG makes us look back on our past action. ESG asks if the way we have been doing it is right. And it tells us to no longer pursue profit only. If our planet and society are to be sustainable, we must consider ESG issues. You may already be familiar with the UN SDGs. It also suggests 17 goals that must be met by 2030 for sustainable development. ESG and SDGs have the same root and the same origin. They are talking about how humans and nature can coexist. From goal number 1 to goal 17 of the SDGs, everything is connected. In particular, goal 6, 13, 14, and 15 are closely related to the environment, clean water, climate action, life below water, life on land. These are all environmental goals. Can we survive without the earth and the environment? Of course, no. But we live as if there is a second planet. In 2006, head of the United Nations and financial institutions gathered at the New York Stock Exchange. And the reason they came together was to implement ESG specifically. They declared that they would make ESG the principle of investment, and they create an organization called UNPRI. PRI means Principle for Responsible Investment. Recently, PRI has been emphasizing sustainable land use, plastic and water issues, oil drilling method, methane gases, and biodiversity among environmental fields. What environmental fields are you interested in? And are you trying to create a better environment? ESG started in Switzerland in 2004 and was embodied in PRI in 2006. But for a while, there was no big change. Then, in 2018, PRI made a big decision. It started re-emphasizing the PRI principle of investing with ESG in mind. The largest asset manager in the world is BlackRock. Many investment institutions, including the BlackRock, have started to talk about ESG. In particular, they emphasize the environment. Investors emphasized ESG because it was necessary to get out of the severe climate crisis and minimize the impact of the environmental damage on companies. Investors' requests, which have a significant impact on business. They have begun to move business. And now ESG has become a very important management paradigm. There are many organizations that evaluate whether a company is good at ESG or not. One of them is MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International. Among MSCI's ESG rating item, the environmental area include climate change, natural capital, pollution, and waste, and environmental opportunity. Specific items include carbon emissions, water consumption, biodiversity, and packaging material also. Are you practicing ESG? And what is your level of the ESG practice? It is very important for you and your business to practice in ESG, but it is also very important to communicate this to the stakeholder. TCFD is one of the disclosure standards. Each organization must clearly disclose its governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and target. And TCFD presents 7 principles of disclosure. There are 7 main principles on the right. Please read them now. Each organization must practice ESG and disclose its process and results in accordance with the TCFD recommendations. As discussed in the 7 principles, we must disclose our ESG in a transparent and honest manner. But what about reality? In this April, a research agency published the result of a survey on greenwashing. Washing means that words and actions are different. Words and actions are different. So greenwashing is actually not good for the environment. It means pretending to be eco-friendly. According to a survey of about 1,500 executives conducted by this institution, 55% of the all executives said they were greenwashing. And if you narrow it down to the US, 68% of executives said they were doing greenwashing also. Recently, as ESG has become more important, many companies have declared that they will do ESG management, but there aren't many organizations that are just declaring and actually do it right. Let's recall the speech by Seven Suzuki, whom I first gave an example today. Our action, not our word, really make you. Now is the time to put it into practice. ESG is not just a slogan. It is a concrete way of actions that we must put into practice. There is a company that I favor, that's Patagonia. Patagonia is well known for doing business to protect the environment. Ryan Geller, CEO of Patagonia, said, "The climate crisis poses an existential threat. If we don't clean up our mess, we'll be history. Business has a role to play, but it's only one level. We must use all of the tools at our disposal to secure a safer, more just future." Now we have a tool called ESG, and we have to do everything we can. Sometimes it can make us uncomfortable, but we must do. Sometimes our income may be less, but we must do, because we no longer have the justification and time to not protect the environment. Now, the last page. We support your dream, and we try to protect the Earth we share in common. I hope that you will understand the ESG paradigm and strive to create a better, more just world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. He explained about the ESG, especially on environment. Okay, thank you so much once again, the Min-Seok Kim, the CEO of Sustainability Lab. Okay, now we share the Korea story. And then one more things. The previous, the speaker, the share about the United Nations and nationally Nigeria. And then the Min-Seok Kim explained about the ESG. The next speaker, he will give a great speech to young people, especially. He's working for Samsung. Maybe everybody knows Samsung, right? So as some senior of young people, he will give a good advice. His name is Geol Jang. So in Korean, Jang Geol, but we change it, the name. And he is the senior professor of Samsung Display. Please give a big clap to Geol Jang.
2022년 세계 청년의 날 행사에 함께해 주시는 전 세계 청년 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 삼성 디스플레이 사회공헌단에서 근무하고 있는 장걸 프로라고 합니다. 지금 이 시간 전 세계 청년들이 함께 고민하고 행동하기 위해 모인 이 자리를 진심으로 환영하고 또 응원드립니다. 더불어 이 귀하고 소중한 시간을 저에게도 할애해 주시고 청년 여러분들을 만날 수 있는 시간을 주심에 다시 한번 깊이 감사드립니다. 오늘 짧은 시간이지만 여러분들과 함께 고민하고 생각을 나누어 볼 수 있는 어떤 의미 있는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 3062일 어떤 의미일까요? 약 8년 하고도 한 4, 5개월쯤 되는 시간입니다. 누군가에게는 엄청 긴 시간일 수도 있고 또 어떤 누군가에게는 매우 짧은 시간일 수도 있습니다. 3062일을 우리에게 남은 시간이라고 한번 생각을 함께 해볼까 합니다. 여러분들과 함께. 2030년 12월 31일 앞으로 3062일 후면 우리가 만나는 날입니다. 이 날은 유엔과 국제사회가 함께 공동 목표를 달성하자고 정한 기한이기도 합니다. 그러면 우리가 함께 달성하자고 정한 이 공동 목표는 어떤 것일까요? 오늘 여러분들이 이 자리에 모인 이유이기도 하고 우리 모두가 다 함께 잘 알고 있는 SDGs, 지속 가능한 발전 목표이지요. 2030년까지 이행하자고 약속한 169개의 세부 과제로 구성된 17가지 목표입니다. 이 SDGs는 2016년부터 시행했으니까 벌써 절반의 시간이 지났다고 볼 수 있습니다. 그러면 우리가 함께 달성하고자 한 목표 17가지 지금 약속된 시간 중에 절반이 지난 이 시점에 과연 그 목표도 절반쯤 달성이 되었을까요? 우리는 여러분들처럼 지금 계신 여러분들처럼 모두가 누구나 다 한때 청년이었습니다. 여러분들은 청년하면 어떤 키워드가 떠오르시나요? 청년은 희망적이고 혁신적이고 또 발전적이고 또 아름답고 또 자유가 있고 긍정적이고 협력하고 네, 평화를 노력하고 신뢰하고 또 감사하고 성장하고 감동하고 단결하고 용기 있고 존중하고 네. 청년의 키워드는 지금 여기 함께 하고 계시는 여러분들의 모습처럼 대체적으로 모두 다 긍정적인 키워드들이 많습니다. 여러분들 동의하시나요? 그러면 이런 청년들이 시간이 흐르면 누구나 다 어른이 됩니다. 과연 이런 긍정의 키워드를 가졌던 청년들은 어떤 어른으로 성장을 할까요? 그렇다면 긍정의 키워드를 가졌던 청년들은 어떤 키워드를 가진 어른으로 성장이 될까요? 물론 훌륭하고 좋은 어른도 많습니다. 하지만 우리가 기억하는 일반적으로 떠오르는 어른의 키워드는 비이성적이고 실망스럽고 위선적이고 부패하고 구태하고 이기적이고 아쉽게도 이런 키워드들이 떠오르기도 합니다. 시간이 흐른다고 모두 어른이 되는 건 아닙니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 우리 사회는 어른이 좀 더 주도적으로 만들어 가게 되어 있습니다. 우리 사회 리더는 대체적으로 또 어른이기도 하죠. 2016년부터 지난 7년간 우리 어른들이 만들어 온 SDGs의 모습은 어떤가요? 우리가 원했던 목표치의 절반쯤 와 있다고 생각하십니까? 시간이 흐르면 우리는 누구나 다 어른이 됩니다. 시간이 흘러서 어른이 되었다고 해도 우리는 모두 누구나 한때 청년이었습니다. 시간만 흐른다고 모두 어른이 되는 건 아닙니다. 지금 여러분이 청년의 키워드를 잊지 않고 어른이 되고 우리 사회의 리더로 성장한다면 우리 모두가 함께 약속했던 2030년 12월 31일 앞으로 그 남은 시간 안에 우리가 그토록 바라고 원하는 SDGs 지속 가능한 발전 목표 17가지는 무난히 달성할 수 있을 거라고 믿습니다. 우리의 행동, 우리가 내리는 결정, 우리의 판단, 우리의 가는 길에 여러분들 모두 청년의 키워드를 잊지 마시고 청년의 키워드를 항상 기억하시고 행동하신다면 우리는 반드시 우리의 원하는 목표치에 갈 수 있지 않을까? 이런 희망을 가져봅니다. 우리에게 남은 시간은 3062일입니다. 길다면 길고 무언가를 이루기에는 짧다면 한없이 부족한 시간이 될 수도 있습니다. 여러분, 지금 가지고 계시는 여러분 가슴 속에 지금 그 청년의 키워드를 잊지 마시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Georgang. This is very impressed message. As a senior, he gave a great message to young people all around the world. Now we have a passionate now, but who guarantee after 1 year, after 5 years, after 10 years? If after 10 years, if still you can discuss about SDGs and you're passionate, I think it is very nice situation. Not only me, but others, you guys. Let's try together. Even me, every day I'm struggling. Every day I'm struggling to remind. So what is my core motivation? What is the SDG? How do I achieve the SDGs in my position? The lack of information, lack of network, lack of finance. It is very difficult. I think it is same situation in the world, everybody. But we try it together. Also, UN, United Nations also promise. We are working together. And then also Nigeria government, he mentioned. And then also we gather here around 1,000 young people, more than 73 countries. So I think this is very important message. As a friend, we'll see next year. We'll see after 5 years. We'll see after 10 years. If you have still the friendship, I think it is success. Thank you so much once again. Please give a more big clap to Goljang. Yes, next speaker. Actually, he was prepared yesterday, but suddenly the electricity, the cut off. Actually, the Mr. Saikat elected the youth advisor by young people on the Asia Pacific at UN Habitat. He is very famous young people in Asia Pacific. So I'd like to invite the Mr. Saikat. Please give a big clap to him.
Thank you so much, Kim, and all the colleagues that spoke before me. I was so touched and moved by all your speeches and interesting presentations that took place before me. And I was really very confused, like what I'm bringing on this panel. And especially when it comes to inspiring young people, I always look forward to learn from them rather than telling anything. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself as a learner, as someone who belonged to the Asia Pacific, led the young people of the Asia Pacific with their mandate. So back in 2015, I was elected to the UN Habitat's Youth Advisory Board with the highest number of votes casted ever in the United Nations system for young people. So it was a historic moment for me and my country, as well as for young people in the Asian Pacific. Over these years, I have been working with the United Nations system and especially UN Habitat, and also through my own NGO, Sirak Bangladesh, to advance the rights and interest of the young people from the region. Over these courses of action, I have had the privilege to visit and meet a lot of youth leaders and youth-led programs that took place in across the region and as well beyond. So I just want to recall one memory before I go on to my main speech, which is back in 2016, I was actually commissioned by UN Habitat and invited to support organizing the Youth Assembly of the World Humanitarian Summit that took place in 2016 under the leadership of UN Secretary General and the Turkish government. So during that time, I actually had to work with the Istanbul Municipality Youth Council, and I also visited a lot of Syrian refugee-focused programs that were happening and supported by the United Nations in Istanbul city. So it was a great eye-opening moment for me that how youth-led bodies like youth councils in the municipalities are actually making space for the youth in the city, as well as some of the refugee youths who are raising voices for them at their communities. And it is actually working hand in hand with the government, and especially the local government and the municipality, to ensure that their basic rights are realized, the SDGs are achieved, and what we have been looking forward to see a better justified world. So it was a great time that I learned how it works, the functions of youth council, and how it can ensure young people's mandate, and it can transform it to human rights oriented programs. I then actually connected both from my own election in 2015, where young people from across the region voted for me. I remember that I was told by UN Habitat that I received more than 28,000 votes, casted out of 90,000 votes globally. So this means Asia Pacific voted the maximum number of votes for me, and that mandate actually inspired me even today when I talk about young people, when I speak for them, and when I design new programs for them. So I have been working with the UN headquarters, a very special program called United Nations Democracy Fund back in 2019, right before the COVID. And during the process of COVID pandemic, I actually, and my organization, we developed a tripartite program called Advancing Urban Youth Councils in Bangladesh. This program was I already mentioned this is a tripartite. So UNDEF is the funding agency, while CIRAC Bangladesh is implementing the project. And then the UN Habitat is a technical partner to this project. It's a special collaboration. And it is currently one year done project in the country. And we targeted 4 cities. And this process was pretty much bureaucratic because all the time we wanted to ensure that the government is recognizing the actions, the government is in the team and in the programming. So we involved the Ministry of Local Government from the very beginning, the Prime Minister's office as well. So we received all the due approvals in time, and all the 4 city authorities, the mayors, and all the elected councillors were so super supporting in terms of accepting the project of building an urban youth council in their cities. And over this 1 year, we developed a very good collaboration with the government and the young people from the cities. So 50 young people from each of the cities, so altogether 200, are elected to join the Urban Youth Council Task Force, which is now working to develop the council guidelines. And the council guideline, as the draft is already submitted to the ministry for final approval, and we're expecting by next month it will be adopted by the national government and the local authorities. So with that, it is actually triggering the election for urban youth councillors. So the urban youth councillors, 20 of them for each of the council, will get elected with direct votes from the city's youth. So this model is a unique opportunity for young people to ensure their rights and their voices are heard. They are being represented at the policy table. They are speaking for themselves, and there is a legitimate, recognized, and government-ensured space for young people, which is working for them, and then which is also working for the country's overall development process in the city. So with this particular model, I actually wanted to tell you on this International Youth Day event hosted by SDG Youth Korea. I'm so glad that this is happening, and I have been really very passionate to join this event. And yesterday, it was really a challenging moment for me that I couldn't join, but today it is a great chance that I'm making it. So one thing that I am conveying from today's event, it is that when young people think for change, it needs to be innovative. So when I talk and when I design, when we work for and with young people, we always inspire them to become something new, to make something new. So the only message that the young people attending today's conference can take away is that innovation or nothing. So if you do not have any innovation in your mind for a social construction, for a technology program, for your academic issues, you do not have any innovation in your mindset, you do not have any innovation in your work and programming, actually this is nothing. So let us start thinking in that way, that we design, we develop any model, any concept that is innovative. For example, this Urban Youth Council model is very innovative, and this is why UN Habitat and a lot of other partners are welcoming this concept at the World Urban Forum that took place in Katowice, Poland in June this year. And it is being recognized as one of the most promising initiatives by with joint collaboration of the UN agencies and local organizations, and so that it can inspire many other agencies and actors to take up similar activities in their countries and regions and cities. So to that note, I would really welcome all of you. If you are interested to learn more about the initiative, please visit our website, www.serac-bd.org. I'm going to type this on the chat box after my speech as well. And so you can find out more about the activities and our works on that. And also, I really am very happy to extend the technical collaboration hands with SDG of Korea over the next year. That if the members of the forum and also the leaders can contact with us, and we can also make some joint collaborative programs to see that how one of these small example of innovation can inspire many in the Asian Pacific, and especially in Korea and Bangladesh and many other countries, not just in Asia Pacific, but maybe in African states or other spaces like Latin America and many other spaces. So with that, I'm going to stop here, because if you have any questions, so if I have time left, maybe you can come back and ask me questions for a while, and then I can respond to that. So please feel free to drop your question on the chat box, and I hope that I'll be able to respond to you. If not, then I would hand over to Kim. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again from Bangladesh. He explained how young people engage more positively. He explained about his story, and then the youth advisor board. Thank you so much once again. Okay, give a big clap to him again. The last speaker from Korea. She is my colleague. She will present her story, how she is tackling the SDG issue. I would like to invite Sunyoung Ju. She is my colleague. Please give a big clap to her.
Hello, everyone. Hello, this is Sunyoung Ju from South Korea. Hello, my friends. So I'm happy to say this. I'm gonna be the last presenter, last keynote speaker of this session. So you can take some drink right now, and I would like to see your young vibe. Please big clap for us, for me, please. Thank you so much. Dambo chao. It's been 2 days since we became friends from yesterday. So I can see some faces are familiar. I guess we met on previous event. which is a International Youth SDGs Conference 2021. Also, I can see some face. I guess they are our members. Briefly, we have a membership program. So we have a green stage, pink stage, and white stage. We will introduce this later. Nice to meet you again. Yes, thank you so much. And it gives me butterflies a little bit. Yes, so, okay. So my name is Son Young-ju, and I'm a young man who plans and operates any project related to SDGs in non-governmental organization. So when I saw your registration form of this event, I was very excited and happy to see because many friends, many young people are working in the same area. Before we met yesterday, I would like to know about more and get closer. So please allow me to explain myself a little bit more. So I'm always curious and down to earth, and also mostly passionate. So I'm interested in SDGs very well. First of all, I'm interested in SDG number 5, gender equality. So first experience, let me share. When I went to New York for just trip, I went to United Nations in New York. At the first floor, there was one campaign about FGM, which is the female genital mutilation. I got very shocked because that was my first time, and it becomes my turning point in my life. There was a lot of posters and some briefs, and there are also many community leaders and others, and also mothers to support and to speak out for young people, especially young girls and their daughters. I got shocked, that courage to do so. I would like to be a mentor and leader and others like them. So it pushed me over the some tipping points. So a lot of great others are speaking out for young generation. After that experience, I stopped being cautious, self-cautious, and start caring others. This idea has grown to the environment and especially sustainability. Through this experience, I want to be a leader like them, as I said. So luckily, I'm in this organization, amazing SDG Youth. So working on the project for this, for hygiene to young people that I'm interested in. So the project's called Period Panty Project for Menstrual Hygiene Management to young girls in Uganda refugee settlements. So yesterday, you guys met Akolade, who work for UNHCR in Uganda. So with that network, we SDGs met one international non-governmental organization, name is Windle International Uganda. So with that organization and also Uganda chapter, we had collaborated to support Period Panty to 50 young girls in Uganda refugee settlement. This product, this Period Panty, has 3 amazing advantages. The first, this is a kind of ordinary underwear you're wearing every day, but you can, it absorbs a lot of blood. So women and girls can wear these pants in their period time. And also it has no chemicals, so that it will make you not suffer from PMS. And actually, I've been using this for more than 1 year right now, and it's very useful and it's very effective. And also the last thing, very attractive thing, is you don't need to buy any sanitary pads continuously, because one panty, you can use it for three years just to wash again and again. So make less trash, huh? So I'm so proud that I'm doing this job, doing this work for their better hygiene environment. Currently, menstrual these panties has arrived in Uganda and will be distributed to 50 young girls soon. I will try my best to delivering a period panty to them with SDG Youth Uganda chapter and the window organization to achieve SG number 5. So additionally, one of the big 3 department store firms in Korea, so the name is Shinsegae. So they the big company asked us to introduce the products. So like this opportunity, we'll work on continuously grabbing any chances to achieve number 5 gender equality. So secondly, I'm interested in SD number 13, climate change. So when I was in Canada, I was a barista. Drinking coffee and making that, it was very amazing experience, and I still love it. And I can't imagine the life without coffee anymore. But everything has pros and cons. So the market is getting bigger and bigger, and the more markets grows, the more forests are being destroyed, sadly. So, and because of the climate change, the Arabica and roast beans could became extinct. Imagine what if you cannot drink coffee from tomorrow. I cannot imagine that. So since I became a barista, I have a lot of barista friends. So we just hung out together, drank and coffee. So every time we discussed about coffee, and it goes to sustainability. So how we can make coffee and consume coffee in sustainable way. Of course, there are ways as well. So luckily, I had a chance to operate and make a program called the Carbon Capturing Farming Project to achieve SG number 13 the last year. So for 13 weeks, we gathered 49 Korean young people in here. So we just operated our own farm, but this farm is not ordinary. So we practice regenerative agriculture. It's an organic way. So you guys know about the carbon dioxide emissions, but did you know the ground absorbs carbon dioxide into the ground? I had no idea about that before I operated this project. But as the global is getting urbanized, the size of land is decreasing. So 49 young people facing climate crisis had decided to practice this regenerative farming to absorb carbon dioxide into the air and achieve the number SD13 goals. So these activities during these activities is remind me that how we think and adopt lifestyle as youth facing climate crisis. This project has been completed very well, and it goes to the next session, which is already held in this spring. And the number of young people just increased to 100. So it's because everyone sympathized. Of course, the radish and carrots and cabbage that we planted was amazing. It was very young. Excuse me. So the SDG 12.7, which is the promotes public procurement practice. Also, I'm interested in about this. So there are so many great small and medium-sized enterprise in Korea with innovative products, but they are small. They are kind of smaller than major companies, so they are short a lack of the capital and network, and even they have no idea how to approach and how to make overseas, how to go into that market. So, like the young entrepreneurs, it's difficult to enter that overseas market, but entering the procurement market is high work for them. So we did the business for 1 year to support 40 Korean companies who has outstanding and amazing skills and products to enter the United Nations procurement market. One of them is the throwable fire extinguisher from Korean company. So do you remember 1 year ago, a big fire broke out in the Rohingya refugee settlement in Bangladesh. So it started a very small scale fire, but the gas cylinder just for cooking in the house just exploded. So it caused a large scale fire, resulting in numerous deaths. So it could be reduces the number of deaths and victims if we use that fire extinguisher earlier. Something like these social issues, as a youth, I would like to solve social issues with outstanding products and service. Of course, with local young people like you guys. So right now, currently SDGs is discussing training program with SDGs Nigeria chapter and the Ministry of Youth and Sports in Nigeria to put out the fire as soon as possible. So this training program is with young people in Nigeria to train them how to use and how to put out the fire for peace in Nigeria and for peace global. So, so youth who solve their country's problem on their own. It feels like the topic is quite grand and something very far from us, far from you, but it's not. I said first at the time, everything can start with what I'm interested in, like me. Like I said, I'm interested in this goal, this goal, this goal, then sure, why not? Let's get started. So I would say I challenge you to do it, explore, and spread and experience, whether online or physically. So in the morning, I just saw one news from the Leonardo DiCaprio on his social media. So one guy from Quebec in Canada, he just planning 1,000 of plans in a day. So he says, I'm just doing because I like it. It was very surprise for me. So like him, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go farther, go together. So fortunately, I met many young people and adults while working. And I've got so many inspiration from people around me. Yes, they are my staff. They are staff of SDG Youth. So each single person has a huge dream. So day and night, we just hang out together and drink and work. We discuss how we can make this better, this world is better for future. So, and then next inspiration for me is you guys. So this conference is what we desire the most. I think to keep moving forward, there will be actions and projects with young people like me, like you. Lastly, I'll say it was very great opportunity and chances in my life to present my thoughts to you guys. So my name is Sonyoung. Actually, Sonyoung has meaning. It means that be a person who has been a very positive influence on others. I really like that, and thank you, mom and dad. So when the individual feels, the community reels. This is a praise what I keep remembering in my mind. But it should go naturally as friends, like you and me. So I challenge you to do it. If you can do anything with friends here, just we met here, right? So chat with them, just feel free to contact, of course, me as well. So be connected more with them, with your friends. So you can make anything possibility with the passion as youth. you know, as friends, we can discuss everything, anything, like from BTS to climate change, from movie to any violence. I'm sure we will laugh all the time because we are friends. So thank you so much for listening and paying attention to my presentation. It will be my turning point in my life. Thank you so much. This is Son Young-ju.
Okay, thank you so much, Son Young-ju. Already she left up already the plenary session. Thank you so much once again, Claire. Actually, her English name is Claire. Okay, please give a big clap to Claire. Actually, she in charge of our membership. So among our members, maybe already know each other. So I think it is great opportunity. As a young people, we interact with each other is very important. So today, that is our purpose. We will discuss about SDGs in your field as a friend. Okay, I would like to close the plenary session, and the next session will be the group discussion. Yesterday, the many young people very interested the group discussion because of the many young people, and then we can talk each other on your issue. So I would like to explain who is the group leader. Okay, group number one, from Nigeria. So he is the country representative, and then already he's learning many SDG projects in Nigeria with the young people. So if you are very interested the SDG activity in Nigeria, please join group number one. And then group number two is Dr. Peter Im. He is in charge of volunteer. There are many Nigerian young people. Please join group number two. And group number three, the new face. She is working for United Nations, the UNFPA, the YOLO Muto. So if you are interested of UNFPA, please join group number three. Group number four, the Timothy Gachusha. He is the SDG Youth Kenya chapter representative. There are many Kenyan. Actually, when SDG Youth HQ is working in Kenya, we are always collaborate with the Kenya chapter. So if you want to work with me, please join group number four. And the group number five is special the group. Actually, in order to achieve the SDGs, we must know how to make a finance. Do-Young Kim, CEO of the CSR Forum, he knows very well. So please join group number five. Group number six, the UN Habitat the Slum Upgrading Unit, the Mr. George Gache. So he explained the UN Habitat activity in slum. Please join group number six. Actually, group number seven was my colleague used to buy the UN Habitat, but I think some personal issue we change the group leader. But you met already during the plenary session, the Mr. Steichert, the group number seven. Number eight, yesterday his speech very well. He based in Kenya, Danny Kim, and then sometimes, especially now during the election time, and then he has a lot of very interesting experience and story. If we want to talk with him, please join group number 8. Group number 9, the Jeff Subi, SDGs Uganda country representative. Please join the group number 9. And then group number 10, the Byung-gil John, the Secretary General of Unique Korea Foundation. He really interesting, the peace through SDGs. I know among our delegate, some delegate interest on peace, but he will share how engage with the SDGs. Please, after this session, like yesterday, if you came today first, please find out the breakout rooms. So please, from now Korean time 5:20, after 10 minutes, we will start the group discussion. Please have a break time for 10 minutes, and then we'll be start after 10 minutes of group discussion. See you soon. Okay, young people from all around the world, please go to the group discussion which interests your topic. Please join group discussion 1 to 10 group which you like it. Don't hanging around. Go to the group discussion. When you see the screen, there is a topic and speakers. So please find out where am I interested. So please join group discussion. please join group discussion when you click the breakout room. You can find out 10 groups. Click the breakout room. If it is very difficult, please message to us, and then we will put in your group. We will help. Just leave the message on the chatting. We will support. Almost 90 delegates. Please go to the group discussion. If it is difficult, please leave the message. We will support. Just leave the message. I want to group 7 something. So we will support. We can do it. So please leave the message. I want to go to group number 3. We will help. Around 80 delegates still trying to go to the group discussion. Please click the breakout room. Then when you click, automatically you can enter the group discussion. Okay, please join group discussion. Please share your story to other delegates. If it's very difficult, please leave the message. We will support to enter and join to group. Hi, Yerim, Song. We will give the co-host soon. Please wait, the moderator. When you receive the co-host, please join. Okay. Around 20 delegates still hanging around. Yes, Bello. Which group do you want? Just leave message. Or just go to, maybe you know where. Please join the group discussion. If you are difficult to join the group discussion, please leave the message, just number 7 or 5, 3. We support you to join. 도영 대표님, we will support to go to your group state, group. Thank you so much, Bayer, the Dortmund, the young guy from Nigeria. Please join your group. The Bello, yeah, still break time. We have a time. Please join group number 7. You can share amazing story. And then also you can learn a lot. Hi, Danny Kim, please join in your group. They are waiting. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I saw very passionate discussion. Welcome back. The main stage. Welcome, welcome. Karibu. Karibu sana. Everybody back here? Everybody here? Okay. Wow, I visited 10 groups. Many delegates passionately appear to your opinion. Thank you so much once again. And then I would like to the group representative. I would like to invite group representative one by one. And then I will give 3 minutes each groups because we have 10 groups. So for 3 minutes, it will be 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, we close today's event. Okay, let's go to the group number 2 first. The Joy Shima from Nigeria. I heard, especially this kind of conference, it is good chance to meet the C-level, the senior person. So many young people had many questions to him. So there were 3 questions, but I heard not too much discussed about 3 questions, but it's okay. Because of the many Nigerian had a question about the Nigerian youth volunteer. So please share for 3 minutes the Joy Chima. How was your group discussion?
Okay.
Where is the Joy Chima?
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Please share for 3 minutes.
Okay. The thing we discussed on volunteering as a Nigerian, that there are so many groups that can volunteer. Even if you are out of school, you can still volunteer for the Nigeria to work as a volunteer. And we discussed that the youth are not a liability, but we are access to the country. That the government should treat us as one, that the government should treat us as one, as an asset, that we are not a liability, that they should not take decision in our absence, but they should bring us forward before taking decision, because we are the future leaders of tomorrow. And secondly, we talked about volunteering, and so many of us bring up an idea that we should start this volunteering not only for the adult youth, that we should also take it to the younger youth, which is in secondary schools, that they should learn from there that, even if they are out of school for now, that there is something called volunteering, that they can go and volunteer for the work and have experience, because work experience that they are saying before giving a job, that it is all about volunteering. How many have you volunteered? How many organizations have you worked for? And we also talked about, there is a suggestion that came that Nigeria should create a platform of like a app, like if you can volunteer, you can click on that app and send your request and everything, and they will grant you your grant for you to volunteer for the country. And secondly, we thought about the Federal Ministry of Nigeria should help us give, there is some organization, little organization that is coming up, that they should give them a little grant for them to showcase themselves, because they say the bet at hand is better than the lion in the bush. So we should hold our youth very tight, because we are the future leaders of tomorrow. And we also discussed on the NYC people, which is Nigeria Youth Service Corps, people that serve Nigeria as a volunteer. So we create a platform for them, that after this service, that they will not just go out there and become a news, and that after this service, that they should also have something to fall back on. And in that aspect, we brought the idea of skill acquisition, teaching the youth on how to do skills and how to work on skills. So with this, I believe my time is almost up. My time is off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is very big chance discuss with the government officer. So I think it is very good chance, like this kind of International Youth Day conference. Yeah, once again, give a big clap to Joy Chima and the group 2 delegate. Okay, next group number 3. The representative name is Safi Akhtari from Turkey. Please give a big clap to him. Group number 3.
Once again, good day to you all. I'm again really honored to be here talking about wrapping up our session. So as usual, it was 3 questions. First of all, it was a really good session for us. We talked about different projects, and it was really fruitful experience for all of us. We really enjoyed it. In the first section, we talked about our project to change our communities. So changing community starts in the families, not only in the individual person. So this was a project represented by one of our friends, which was a good project. The second one was football festivals in Kazakhstan, based on the name of SDGs, to raise awareness between the youths and everyone. The third one was youth and agriculture, using the youth to help the environment, to prevent a distinction of different plants and animals. The fourth one was creating SDGs groups and SDGs clubs and universities. And the last point, which we talked about in the first topic, was about funding fairs, through which we will have the chance to fund our projects in the fairs and take the financial assistance in order to do so, in order to implement our project. The action plans to achieve SDGs, our action plans were to make easier for the youth to get fund for their project. The second point was to make SDGs groups, SDGs clubs in the university a base for youth in order to be prepared to implement and to achieve SDGs. And the third one was continuation of agriculture and youth project, represented by my dear friend Muso. The promises which we gave each other was to create SDGs clubs in our university, and not only offer training to the university youth, but also to the high school. We have to implement forums, conferences, not only in the community of the university, but also to the high school, because we have it's our job, it's our route to do so. The other thing was to be committed toward youth and agriculture in Nigeria. That was a project which will help us to save the environment, which is in great danger, and fight climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. He said make a SDG youth the club in the university. Wow. I will considering. I'm considering to make the club That's good idea. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, we go to group number 1, the Gloria from Nigeria. So where is Gloria?
Hi.
Hello.
Good day, everyone. My name is Gloria from Nigeria, and I'm presenting Group 1. In Group 1, we had a very wonderful section. We have country representative from Nigeria, Dr. Ifeanyi Ozo, who talked on the role of UN Habitat in achieving the SDGs. And this habitat is on SDG Goal 11. It's focused on human settlement and sustainable urban development. Before we went into details with what he had to teach us, we talked on individuals have to express themselves on their personal SDGs, the ones they have so much interest in, and a lot of persons give the insight on the effort they have been making in order to carry out these SDGs to their various communities. Dr. Ozo taught us on the importance of UN Habitat Program, which has to do with planning of the environment, planning of cities, try to make our urban areas more smart and then more effective, trying to move people from slum to higher places, trying to work with a good environment, not to pollute the environment, but we need advanced agricultural setting that we have good vegetations as well. We also talked of poor habitats from poor areas, and then those in the enlightened places have good habitation. So it also talked on how the UN Habitat Program have helped in promoting youth centers in a couple of places. Like in my country, Nigeria, we have 12 youth centers, though the youth centers are not being harnessed by the youth because the government took over the management of these centers, which is what not is supposed to be. The idea is for the youth to manage the program. They also talked of how the habitats are able to use the National Youth Fund program, where youth are able to access grants of $25,000 in order to help them and carry out their programs. These are the ideas and awareness he created for us to know, and then also need for the state government and then federal government to assess it so that the youth can be able to be gainfully employed and engaged and get certificates of good training in their different youth centers. We further have to state our personal action plans, the plans we have been doing in our various communities, where members of the group shared their ideas and also made promise to keep them and make sure that the SDG goals are being carried out to the letter in our various communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. One of the best way we are working together with the United Nations, with the youth. That is the very nice opportunity and the best way. Okay, thank you so much. Group number 3. Next group.
Number 1.
Oh, sorry. Group number 1. Yes. Okay, let's go to group number 5. No, I want to go to 4. Okay, sorry. Let's go to group number 4. So representative, the Han Alsa.
Alyssa.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, please share the group number 4.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Han from South Korea, and I'm the representative of Group 4. Before stating about the overall summary of our discussion, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Timothy for the wonderful presentation about the role of young people in advancing the UN SDGs. Now, without further ado, moving on to our discussion, we talked about 3 topics that are related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. First, with examples of SDGs projects in each of our countries, we're focused on UN SDG 4, 5, 10, and 16, which are quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, and peace, justice, and strong institutions. Helping students to find them opportunities to find school with commitments and taking action, taking children to school so that they can get education every weekend, as well as starting youth organization that deals with gender equality and youth pregnancy. Next, with the youth action plan we have created, as using social media like participating in hashtag movements, programs, conferences using Zoom, and donating funds to businesses and organizations. In addition, recycle old materials and continue sustainable agricultures to have sustainable world, as well as educate the young people about the environment and utilize social media to raise awareness. Last but not least, for the promises to achieve the SDGs, we should never forget the importance to develop ourselves and the environment in order to save our country. Never stop chasing developments of our country and education for the youth, and chase the hope, become the hope for the future youth as well. Overall, it was a great opportunity to have different opinions from different countries, and that will be it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Especially group number 4, they very nicely arranged our questions. Thank you so much once again. And then specific the action plan. Okay, next group, group number 5. So Anura Ave from Sri Lanka.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, good evening, and good day for all of you. I am nice to hear that, and I'm nice to say I'm very privileged to address all of the country and all of the people in the youth club. So my group is 5. So our topic is current state of CSR in South Korea and the role of the youth. So first of all, I just want to thank the moderator and special lecture in our group. Both and our group members mainly discuss what is the CSR. CSR means cooperative social responsibilities of a form of interaction, private business, and self-regulation, which aim that how related that social goals. So mainly we discuss 4 things. First one is the environmental responsibility. Then the second one, ethical responsibility. Then the third one, philanthropic responsibility. And the fourth one, economical responsibilities. Then our group members had experience from our lecturers. What is the current situation and the past situation of the Korea of the CSR project? And that special guest, he expressed that Korea is the main country of the CSR project world over the world. Then, other than that, we discuss what is the positive role of the CSR and the barriers of the CSR. Then positive role of the CSR means then we can impact of the positive impact of the young generation and the social impact of the young generation. And what are the elements of the CSR? Donation and the sponsorship and operational initiatives and the strategic transformation. And we discuss and other countries of also in the Syria, Uganda, they had lot of problems. Then I just want to say in the last thing, I am represent the Sri Lanka. Then I got the lot of ideas and the suggestions of my lecturer and how to be a good CSR project and what are the elements and platform of the international levels to get Sri Lanka to overcome those economical crises and the political crisis in that present situation. So thank you very much for your cooperation and ideas. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was very meaningful session and group discuss. Especially the CSR in Korea is very famous. So the Do-young Kim, the CEO of CSR Forum, he is big expert. Especially also SK is big company in Korea. Also they are doing a lot of the CSR activity, not only Korea, but also other country. Not only SK, even the Samsung and Google, and Microsoft, many the big company, they are learning the CSR activity.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and then now SDG youth also we are trying to make a CSR activity. Now we are doing the project in Uganda and Kenya. So in order to get some finance from some big company, at least we need a background of your country. Who is the beneficiary? Why we need this project in your country? That kind of background we need. So maybe after this conference, if SDG youth will request some information to your country, please oppositely support SDG youth. And then we directly go to the CEO of CSR Forum. He will support a lot. So thank you so much, group number 5.
Thank you so much for your opportunities.
Okay. And also the CEO of CSR Forum. Thank you so much once again. Okay, next group number 6. Next group number 6, the Dipa Chandrani from Sri Lanka.
Actually, I am very glad to have this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and have a nice time. In group number 6, we had the topic SDG projects and case of SDG projects preserve life under the water. Actually, in Rwanda's member, he told us a big story, but I summarized it. Rwanda's project in trying to preserve life underwater by keeping 50 meters distance from the large water body in Rwanda. This way we can preserve the environment and create clean water and air via planting more trees. Second thing we discussed, youth action plan. Using online platforms like Instagram, TikTok to raise awareness about the world problems and the SDGs. Next thing is participating or holding an online conference to discuss about SDGs like this opportunity. And volunteering, plugging, using less plastic. Actually, the Sustainable Development Goals is developed after Millennium Development Goals. Before these goals, we tried to achieve Millennium Development Goals in 2000. Then 2016, we tried to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, I want to realize that develop the world while using resources, and protecting the resources for the future generation is the sustainable development. But while we are developing world, we have to face so many difficulties, and the environment pollution is always there. So we have to protect environment while development. And I can mention you something to protect environment. In Sri Lanka, we used before the polythene bags, we used local products for shopping purpose. It's one example for protect environment while developing. So I'm very glad to have this opportunity to address you, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There were very specific action plan, and then also Rwanda case. Also, she mentioned the group number 6 mentioned the SNS, the using the TikTok, and then also the volunteer and the participate the conference. I think that is the very critical the action plan. So as a youth, now we can do. And then the group number 6 mentioned the MDG, the Millennium Goal. And then this one is the SDG. After the 2013, it will be something, another name. So from now on, we have to prepare. So that's why the SDG Youth Conference, we prepare number 18, SDG number 18 on youth. So when the United Nations will decide the next agenda from 2030, so we have to lead by young people. So thank you so much once again, group number 6. Give a once again big clap to group number 6. Next group, the Bruno, from Kenya, group number 7. Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Bruno Basil from Kenya. I'm very privileged to have this presentation. Thanks to my moderator, Miss Lee, and our able presenter, Linus. So I'll be presenting on UN SDGs, the international community's promise and agenda, the birth and process of the agenda. So we discussed 3 questions. What can we do as individuals to reach SDGs? Number 2, youth action plan to achieve SDGs. Number 3, the promises for actions SDGs by the next 5 to 10 years. I will concentrate on number 3, though in number 1, we had what we can do as individuals to reach SDGs, which brings me to the question, the role of us youths and SDGs, which is one of them being critical thinkers, change makers, innovators, communicators, and leaders of tomorrow. Basically, all this is a composition of the kind of roles that we as youth play in making sure that we achieve the goals of the SDGs. And number 2, being the youth action plan to achieve the SDGs. Some of the action plans to achieve the SDGs, we should be at the forefront to be the change makers. The change that requires to be as the future leaders. Now, being able to stand up in terms of leadership and governance, so as not to look at yourself as, am I too young to stand in front of people and lead them towards the right direction, being the voice of the people of tomorrow. So those are some of the things that we should be looking at as our action plan to achieve the SDGs. And some of the promises we looked at as to achieve the SDGs in the next 5 to 10 years. I was looking at 5 goals of the SDGs, which is number 8, SDG 8, SDG 9, SDG 11, SDG 13, and SDG 17. In SDG 8, we have decent work and economic growth. Now, in decent work and economic growth, we are expecting that in this, in the SDGs, the youth empowerment is like one of our structures as we are talking at the moment. Now, looking at the rate of youth unemployment across the world, we are looking at a population of 60 to 70, 80% of the world being representation of the youth from 14 years to 25 years, majority being from 14 years to 25, 24 years. Now, are these people employed? Now, are these people able to be in the white collar jobs? No. So we are looking at a point whereby the decent work and economic growth should be there, because they are supposed to be spread in there or across all sectors, so as to be in a position to upscale the economic growth. Now, going forward to SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The industry is in need of new blood. The youth who are agile and able to bring in new ideas, to expound and also improve on the kind of what we receive from the industry in all the sectors. Also, with that improvement, we see the infrastructural development coming about. So that is a whole is a whole goal that, if we are looking into, comes to the benefit of the youth, because the industry will be improved, the infrastructural capacity will also be improved, because the sectors will have absorbed the youth. Going to SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities. The sustainable cities and communities are there because, one, are supposed to be there because without the representation of the youth, the sustainable communities and cities will not be achieved, because it is the youth who are needed in this specific case, so as to improve the kind of settlement, the kind of the ideas that they will be coming up with, so as to improve the society setup, the kind of governance, the kind of infrastructure set within these cities and within these communities will be improved by the absorption of the youth into the system. Now, SDG number 19, climate action. SDG number 13, the climate action. The climate action is supposed to be referring also to SDG number 11. So the climate action, if it is not properly looked into, we will see a case whereby the land degradation and the kind of global warming that the world is facing being there, and the representation of the youth in this kind of the SDG goal is that they come with new ideas on how to impact the kind of sustainable cities and communities, so as to have like better cities that are eco-friendly, and we are able to curb the climate action aspect. And finally, the SDG number 17, which is regarding to the partnership. So the partnership aspect, we as a people can't stand alone in whatever projects that we have, and all the SDG goals are in correlation with the partnership aspect, because as a person you cannot stand alone. Now, the same way one of our speakers said in the morning, that if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with people. Now, the aspect of collaboration and partnerships should be incorporated in all our projects to achieve. So as youths, the network that we are creating at the moment as friends is to help us be
sorry, group
the
number
change
7,
of tomorrow.
Bruno,
Thank you.
friend. So too long. So please, other groups that are waiting, the present. So please wrap up your group's opinions.
Yes. So basically, in all our strategies towards this is the aspect of the SDG number 17. So the aspect of partnership in all our SDG goals are supposed to be at the forefront to champion for each and every sector, so as to improve the youth fraternity at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, group number 7, Bruno. I know group number 7 discussed a lot of things, but time has limited. So sorry, first of all. So please give a big clap to group number 7. Okay, next, group number 8. Chris Tarbe from Ghana.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
It's a good morning from Ghana. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are participating from. It's an honor to be here. I'm Christabel. So we had a very great presentation and a wonderful discussion. And it was led by Mr. Pak. And then the presenter was Mr. Danny Kim. He was very awesome to share his project with us. And our theme for discussion was on improving local communities in Kibari, but we're actually talking about slum slum community. So if you are a change agent and you are making an impact in the slum community, our project is the best one to listen to right now. So thank you for listening to me. So in our discussion, we discussed a community-based project by Kim in Kenya, a slum community in Kenya. And then we also discussed how we can develop slum communities or local communities. We also looked at what can I do factor, which is personally as people, what can we do? And then we also looked at how can we be friends. So with a case study of a slum in Kenya, our change agents made us understood that if you want to take a project in the slum community, there are various things that you have to look at. The first of all thing that made it for him was an experience. He was from a community that was endowed, and then he woke up one morning and decided to go to a community that he didn't know, another country that he didn't know, to make a change in the lives of those people. He actually chose that community, that slum community, because they gave him an experience. And the experience was that it was a bit of difficulty, managing in the area, but he was able to relate with the people and relate so well. So it's very important as a change agent to experience the people that you want to make change with or change to before you can actually decide what the problem is. And in identifying community problems, you don't have to sit where you are to say, but you actually go to the community and collaborate with the people, and then collaboratively identify the problem with them, analyze the problem with them, and then implement a solution with them so that you can attain sustainability of your project. And then you have to have what is called the true heart, which is empathy. You need to be able to understand the people that you're making the change for and be able to connect with them, live with them, know them better so that you can be able to bring something that is substantial, that can be accepted and can be beneficial. And then there are also fears. Yes, if you are a change agent going to a community, a slum community you don't know, you will surely face fears. The fears that the people will not accept you, or the fears that you yourself are afraid of the people. So with that fears, you should be able to relate to the people very well in order to establish what is called credibility and truth, so that the people can accept you and accept the change that you are bringing in onto them. So do not decline when offers are also made for you. So in those communities, we identified the youth, the human resource of those slum communities as our change agents, and we wanted to make an impact in their lives. We realized that they are people who are dependent. They use money for other things, in buying drugs and engaging in social deviant behaviors, but depending on other people for their basic needs. So we decided to solve this problem by creating what we call a strategic model approach, that is developing a unique educational model that has an integrated package to change the mindset of the youth, change their mental well-being, and also to inculcate values into them and provide them with skills. And we also decided that we are going to form partnership. This is because in changing the lives of the people in the slum, it actually has almost more than 5 of the SDGs intertwined, and all the SDGs are interrelated. So partnership is something that is very key to us in changing this. So we decided that we'll form partnership with other organizations in the community. We'll form partnership with the government entities that are also, because the community belongs to the government and the people. We'll form partnership with the parents of this youth because they nurture values into this youth, so that we can change them and change their mindset. They can transfer the knowledge and also help them.
Please wrap up your summarization. Okay.
And the last thing we talked about is to also identify community stakeholders who are role models, community youth leaders, so that they can help us to create the advocacy. We decided to pledge ourselves. I decided to pledge my voice as a tool for making a change in this area. Others also decided to pledge their lives in terms of plastic waste pollution. So our everyday lives, we have pledged that our everyday lives will affect change in our communities, in the slum communities, and in the youth. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. So she emphasized the change the mindset. I agreed totally. Thank you so much. Next group number 9. So please keep on time for 3 minutes. The Aurudika from Sri Lanka.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, very good afternoon, and very good morning. So I'm Anrutika from Sri Lanka. So I'm representing today the group number 9, strengthening sustainable international exchange and cooperation in Africa. So as a Sri Lankan, I've tried to do my best for the Africa because of we all are in one roof, one sky, one roof. So before everything, not only the Africa, but also all for us, the same story behind us, even the Africa and the Sri Lanka. For all are in one roof, so all human beings, so all have one story. So now I'm representing the Africa. So when we considering about, first we should know what is the sustainability, because it should be affordable to meet all for us, everywhere in the world, every nook and corner of the world, all humans should be affordable to get something. So to get something, what is the mode? Mode is the international exchange. So international exchange is the mode for to afford everything. So therefore, for that, normally everywhere in the world, they are using so many currencies. So, but whatever the currency it made, but to build up the international exchange, what is the key bridge for us is the friendship. Now we have friendships. There are 73 countries with us. So it's easy for us to deliver this, and we can help to each other to gain this, our main objective. So when we comes back to the Africa, when we have fixed 3 main questions. First, we discussed what is the current situation in international exchange in Africa. So when there are point of views, they have shared with us the globalization. They have lack of globalization is a great challenge for them, and also they are telling that still African countries having the corruption. So corruption is also therefore it's a discouraged barrier for them to achieve their goals, and also they have some imbalance trade prices. That is another thing. So and also we cannot say anything. That is the thing. Lack of peace. So if there is no peace, no one is coming to us. So therefore, that is the main point and main area they have the barrier to overcome this. And also then we discuss how can Africa continue overcome these things. So for that, they are telling they have to introduce their income is a domestic income. The government should be government should be more focused to develop the domestic incomes, and they are more focusing on the organic foods, and also new technologies. They have like new technologies. Those who have the technologies, they can come to that. Then if there is a good technology, so they can produce quality products. If there is a quality products, all worlds can get it, and the quality and quantity they can do. So if there is new technology, it is easy for them, and also good market.
Okay, please wrap up the group number 9.
Yes. Yeah, and at last I'm going to wrap up. So what we have to do as a whole, so we have to, action plan should be all over the world. We should have so good educational protocols. Wherever the lacking areas, we have to develop good protocols and technologies. How we should support for the other countries who have the developed technologies, who doesn't have that technology. So they should have a good, then also health. When we considering health, those who have a good hand-on skills persons we can send up. And if they are, so likewise, we should have a develop good protocols and policies as a whole, because we are youth. Now the world is us, so we have to develop these things. So my request, so, and also we have to do a oath to before 2030 to fulfill these things, not only my country, but also everywhere in the world. And we have to do. So this is my wrap up. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I just gave for 3 minutes. So I'm so sorry because of there are a lot of great idea and an opinion there are many ideas. I am so sorry. Only give us 3 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, group number 10, last is Isiaku from Nigeria. I think your mic is mute.
Okay. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to each and every one of you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm representing Group 10. Firstly, I would like to commend Mr. Youngil John for his warm presentation. Our group was focused on the peaceful unification of Korean Peninsula, whereby I and my teammates gave our views, share our own possibilities on how the unification and approaches of the overall view of the differences between the North Korean and South Korea. We have talked about the reunification of both countries. Secondly, we talked about how the sustainable development goals could boost or if implemented into both countries will develop both North Korea and South Korea. However, the third one we discussed about the promise we made for ourselves, where if the promise we made for ourselves, if implemented, it will yield to a positive result in the next 5 years. The reunification of North Korean and South Korean, we talked about, because both North Korean and South Korean, they are of the same culture. They are one from, let me say, they are just like brother and sister. They are from one family, so there is no need for conflict amongst them or differences. They need to reunify again. Maybe in that reunification, they could develop one nation. And secondly, for the sustainable development goals, we talked about number one, the poverty, the hunger, and healthcare system, whereby if both countries unify, we believe that there will be an eradication in poverty, and also they will address hunger issues, because we read a headline that few in the last year, I think it is last year, where BBC reported that the North Korea is facing a huge challenge of food crisis. So we recommend that the reunification of both countries, the reunification of both countries will take them to a progressive level. They will be able to address the poverty issue, the food crisis, and also they will build a good healthcare system. There won't be any crisis among them, because we are one of human family. We need peace. With peace, we could achieve a lot of progresses. And then the thirdly, we discuss of the promise we made to ourselves. We as the youth, we have a vital role to play in driving the pace of both nations. We shouldn't be allowed to be used by politicians in order for their own self-interest. It is good we work for our own self-development. We are the younger generations, and also what we put in place now, or the solutions we find out, will be good for the next generations to come. We need to work for our own personal development, and also address the issues between both nations.
Okay, thank you so much. So please wrap up your group's opinions, summarization.
All right. I am my group team. I am my teammate. We recommend that we could play a vital role by creating awareness, orientation, living in peace with one another, creating platforms whereby we could create awareness for people that there is no need for differences. We should come and unite in order to develop both nations. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow, there are so many new ideas and opinion, and then future plan. Thank you so much once again. Give a big clap to all the delegates. They were amazing ideas, so many. Thank you so much once again. And then today, I would like to wrap up all the event today. So yesterday, also we showed the SDG youth, the determination, and then we announced the for future plan. So even today, also we would like to show the SDG youth determinations. So I would like to invite the Director of Administration, Mr. Park, and Ha Kyung-yu. Please give a big clap when they come to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone, friends for all over the world. Nice to meet you again. From now on, I will speak Korean. 전 세계에서 모인 나의 친구 여러분, 우리는 어제 평화에 대해 논의하였고,
To my friends from all over the world, yesterday we discussed peace.
오늘은 평화를 이루기 위한 구체적인 방법으로 지속 가능 발전 목표에 대해 논의하였습니다.
And today we discussed the Sustainable Development Goals, so-called the SDGs, as a concrete means to achieve the peace.
우리가 구체적인 방법을 논의하고 행동할수록
More and more we discuss specific means and act in that way.
우리가 만들어갈 더 나은 세상은 현실로 다가올 것입니다.
The better world we wish to make will be a reality.
지금부터 SDG의 달성을 앞당기기 위한 SDG 유스의 결의를 말씀드리겠습니다.
From now on, I would like to tell you about the determination of the SDGs to achieve the SDGs.
첫째, SDG 유스는 비공식 SDG 18번 청년을 만들겠습니다.
First, SDGs will make an unofficial SDG 18, the youth.
SDG는 2016년부터 2030년까지 전 세계가 달성하기로 약속한 목표입니다.
The SDGs are the goals that the world has committed to achieving from 2016 to 2030.
따라서 2031년부터는 SDG를 잇는 새로운 목표가 제정될 것입니다.
Therefore, from 2031, a new goal will be made in a succession of the SDGs.
아쉽게도 SDG에는 청년을 의미한 단어의 young people이 2번, youth는 10번밖에 언급되지 않습니다.
Unfortunately, in the SDGs, the word young people is only mentioned twice, and the word youth is mentioned 10th.
2031년에 새로 제정될 새로운 국제 목표에는 청년이 더 많이 포함될 수 있도록
So, to include more content for young people in a new international goal which will be made in 2031,
SDG 유스는 여러분과 나눈 이야기를 토대로 국제사회가 지금보다 더 많이 관심을 갖고 해결해야 할 다양한 청년 문제를 카테고리화하고
So the SDGs will categorize the issues of young people that the international community should pay more attention to and solve them now based on the stories we shared with you today.
더 나은 세상을 위한 청년의 역할을 구체화하여 국제사회에 제안하겠습니다.
And specific the role of young people to make a better world, and then suggest it to the international community.
어제 SDG 유스가 약속한 2023 세계 청년의 날은 비공식 SDG 18번 청년의 진정한 출발점이 될 것입니다.
The 2023 International Youth Day, which we promised yesterday, will be the genuine starting point for the unofficial SDG 18, the youth.
둘째, SDG 유스는 169개의 SDG 세부 목표를 토대로 다양한 프로젝트를 추진하겠습니다.
Second, SDGs will promote the various projects based on the 169 detailed goals under the SDGs.
현재 SDG 유스는 케냐와 우간다 지역사회에 생리 팬티를 공급함으로써
SDGs has provided a period panty to the communities in Kenya and Uganda.
여성의 생식 보건을 향상시키고자 하는 SDG 3.7번 프로젝트를 추진하고 있습니다.
To improve women's reproductive health, we have continued to work on SDG 3.7 project.
이처럼 SDG 유스는 다양한 SDG 프로젝트를 개발함으로써 실제로 SDG 달성에 기여하도록 노력하겠습니다.
SDGs will continuously work hard to achieve the SDGs by developing various SDGs projects.
여러분도 SDG의 구체적인 목표를 토대로
So, my friend from all over the world, based on the specific goals of the SDGs,
다양한 프로젝트를 오늘부터 각국에서 개발하고 실제로 실행해 주십시오.
I wish you to develop and implement various projects in your country from today.
1년 후 우리가 다양한 SDG 프로젝트의 성과를 공유할 수 있다면 그 얼마나 신나고 가슴 벅찬 일이겠습니까?
How exciting and thrilling it would be if we could share the achievements of various SDGs projects a year later on the 2023 International Youth Day.
셋째, SDG 유스는 청년을 대상으로 SDG 교육과 세계 시민 교육을 끊임없이 이어가겠습니다.
Third, SDG Youth will continue to provide the educations on the SDGs and also the global citizenship for young people.
혼자는 빨리 갈 수 있지만 함께면 멀리 갈 수 있다는 말이 있습니다.
There is a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together.
SDG 유스는 청년 SDG 교육과 세계 시민 교육을 통해 우리와 함께할 청년들을 더 많이 모으겠습니다.
Through the educations on SDGs and global citizenship for young people, we, the SDG Youth, will gather more young people to join us.
우리 함께 더 멀리 가봅시다.
So, let's go further together.
여러분도 주변 친구들에게 SDG를 알려주십시오.
And please share the SDGs with your friends.
우리 모두가 친구가 되어 더 나은 세상을 꿈꿀 수 있도록 동료를 만들어 주십시오.
I suggest you to share SDGs and be a friend as well as a colleague to dream of a better world together.
전 세계에서 모인 나의 친구 여러분,
My friends from all over the world,
인류 역사의 순간순간은 절망스럽습니다.
sometimes mankind's history is hopeless,
때로는 역사가 퇴보하는 것처럼 보이기도 합니다.
and sometimes it seems that history regresses.
그러나 역사 전체적으로 보았을 때 인류는 분명 진보하고 있습니다.
But if you look at history as a whole, certainly we have progressed.
그 증거로 국제사회가 SDG를 제정하였고 각 국이 그 목표를 달성하기 위해 노력하고 있지 않습니까?
As the evidence, the international community has enacted the SDGs, and each country has worked hard to achieve the SDGs.
그리고 여기 이 자리에 우리가 모여서 더 나은 세상을 위해 고민하고 있지 않습니까?
And now we discuss the better world together in this place.
미흡한 점이 있을지라도 우리는 앞으로 나아가고 있습니다.
Still, there might be a weakness in a world's effort, but we are certainly moving forward.
그러니 희망을 잃지 맙시다.
So, let's not lose hope.
우리가 할 수 있다는 믿음을 가집시다.
Rather, let's fasten our faith that we can do it together.
우리가 더 나은 세상을 만들 수 있다는 믿음을 갖고 SDG 달성을 위해 행동합시다.
Let's act to achieve the SDGs with the belief that we can make a better world.
우리의 노력으로 말미암아 세상은 더 평화로워질 것입니다.
Our efforts will make the world more peaceful.
우리의 노력으로 말미암아 세상은 더 지속 가능해질 것입니다.
And our efforts will make the world more sustainable.
함께합시다. SDG 유스가 앞장서겠습니다.
Let's be together. SDGs will take the lead.
더 나은 세상을 위하여 바로 지금부터 시작합시다.
Let's start right now for a better world.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, this is big determination of SDGs. Actually, I promise next International Youth Day, I want to make a session without VIP speech. I want to listen your story whole day. So please prepare your project in your country and please share the very enjoy project. So I promise next year, 2023 International Youth Day on 12th, I want to listen to your story on same day. Thank you so much once again to our colleagues, Mr. Park and Ha-Kyung Yu. Please give once again to give a big clap to them. Okay, we start 6 hours ago. Every delegate discussed very hard for 6 hours. Yesterday, we discussed peace. Today, we discussed about SDGs. Tomorrow, we'll discuss about the sustainable business. There are very important 3 points. So after this conference, please wrap up yourself during the plenary session, during the group discussion. Please arrange very well and then keep your mind. Okay, I have an announcement. Now, this is the second day, almost closed. Now we upload our link of the evaluation sheet. Please fill up. So yesterday, only 50 delegates fill up the evaluation sheet. And then please make an evaluation sheet. And then once again, I emphasize the SDG youth membership. Actually, SDG youth, we have a network, many countries. I know you guys are doing many projects in your country. Please combine together and then share together. So I propose to become a SDG youth member and then make together and more and bigger than bigger. And then we have won the award to the participate. We have a Best Influence Award. I know there are many friends in Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. Please share our story during the International Youth Day. We will select and then give award. Please use the hashtag. Now we are upload we send our hashtag. Please use that hashtag. Now you can see the window, the chatting. You can see the hashtag. Please use that same one. And then many delegates request to make a official group chat after this conference. Already I saw many SDG use the group chat in the WhatsApp and Instagram. So it is very nice. And then after this conference, we will share all information. We make the one group in Instagram. Now our step, leave the link. Please use. Also use another one. I don't know who made it, but we can freely use the chatting groups. That's great. And then also, if you have a friend interested in SDGs, please invite them. I researched the Telegram. The maximum number is 200,000. I think we can make it in 1 year. Please make 200,000 young people gather together in the world and then discuss on SDGs. We'll see next year, next International Youth Day, 2023, how many young people gather together, our group chat, and then share your story in your group, in the Telegram group chat. I think it will be very amazing story. Okay, thank you so much. And then finally, as you know, last of program, the group photo. We like group photo, so because this is very historical day today. So please switch on your camera and smile. Okay, today's signal is heart. Yesterday, peace. Today's heart. So please look in your camera. Yes, I count. You say the SDGs. 3, 2, sorry, my voice almost gone. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, SDG. 3, 2, 1, SDGs. Okay, thank you so much. See you tomorrow, last day. Thank you so much, all delegates. Thank you so much. tomorrow. Please listen my friendship in Instagram. Don't reject. My Instagram as your friend. Bye-bye, Mongolia. Bye-bye, Mongolia. Enjoy your lunch and dinner. Bruno. Hey, Bruno. Okay. Hey, Evelyn. Hi.